Council members, please come to order. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank all of those who contributed to the industry reception last night. It was a really lovely event, and I would like to particularly thank Heather Mann for all of her coordination. And it was really, I think, great to interact with all the local vendors and meet some of the local fishermen at the event. So we are starting our morning off, beginning with our C1 agenda item. We have Sarah Cleaver here to start us off. Thanks. So this one here, this one.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, Sarah Cleaver, council staff. This morning under agenda item C1, you'll be receiving two presentations. The first of which will be presented by Ms. Lisa Thompson, Mr. Jeff Mayhew, and Dr. Jason Janot at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. They'll be presenting remotely, and then part of this presentation will be presented by Special Agent Jacqueline Smith, who's here in the room with us. So she'll be presenting, she's from NOAA OLE. And this will be on the 2024 annual report for the North Pacific Observer Program. The following presentation, the presentation that follows will be a short report from the recent FMAC meeting. And so I'll provide that all to you after the annual report is presented. And I'll note that the annual report presentation includes the NMFS recommendations for the 2025 annual deployment plan. So the action before the council is to review all this information and to make your recommendations as needed. So I'll turn it over to those at the Science Center.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Sarah. Good morning, Madam Chair and council members. My name is Lisa Thompson. I am the Deputy Director of the Fisheries Monitoring and Analysis Division, the Observer Program here at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. But I'm also covering the tasks of the Director for the FMA Division, and that has been since August of 2024 when Jennifer Ferdinand took the Deputy Science Director position for the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. Dr. Jason Janot, our Analytical Services Supervisor, who's also presenting with me today, is helping me cover the task that I normally would cover as the Deputy Director until we can fill our FMA Director position. Okay, next slide. So this first slide, I'm just going to give you an overview on our observer effort in 2024. Our effort was similar to that of the previous year, where we had 304 individual observers come through our program. Prior observers made up 67% of those for the 2024 fishing year. We collected data from 281 distinct vessels and 11 processing facilities for a total of 29,655 observer days. The full coverage sector continues to dominate the proportion of sea days, which represents approximately 91% of the observer's effort. While I'm talking about sea days, I wanted to quickly just take this opportunity to provide the council members with a little bit of historical context regarding sea days. And this is due to some of the comments and issues that have been brought up, that prior to 2013, had we been doing annual reports, they would have included data on the Pacific whiting fishery, or hake, as that observer program was part of our program and fell under our regulatory framework. However, during our restructuring period for the partial coverage sector, it was noted that the hake program had transitioned to the West Coast and had established its own regulatory framework, and therefore it no longer complied with our regulations and was excluded from our sea day count. Next slide. So a quick overview on our 2024 EM effort. It was also similar to that from previous years. Video review did improve from the previous year, and we had 84% of the trips reviewed by March of this year. It left 48 trips that were not reviewed, and this was due to a temporary staffing shortage with the review team. Our current year review team does not have a backlog from the start of the season, and we are hoping to maintain that momentum. I would also like to note that 2024 was the final year of the trawl EM EFP with 104 vessels participating. Next slide. On this one, so a little bit of context for this slide as well. The observer program, so we cover vessels in both partial coverage and full coverage. The vast majority of groundfish harvest is covered by the full coverage portion of the program, where every trip in the full coverage portion is monitored by 1 or 2 observers. The partial coverage component of the observer program applies to less than 10% of the groundfish catch, but does include many small vessels. Trips in the partial coverage are randomly selected for monitoring, and this monitoring is completed by observers or for vessels that are approved to carry EM, an EM system. So for the rest of this presentation, when we present information in the full coverage or partial coverage sectors, it's important to remember that data from observers and EM are used across all fisheries, and we approach this monitoring in a holistic fashion. This slide and the next shows the amount of catch monitored in the full and partial coverage categories for pelagic and then non-pelagic trawl. These numbers can be calculated based on combining the data from tables 4-3 for the GOA and 4-4 for the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. Our plan is to highlight this information in the final published report in the executive summary, as right now it's a bit difficult to find in the current draft report. Next slide. Let's see here. I think, did I skip a slide? There we go, the non-pelagic trawl one. Full coverage non-pelagic trawl, folks, in the Bering Sea are all the Amendment 80 fleet catcher processors, and the participants in the Pacific Cod Trawl CV Cooperative Program, the PCTC program, A and B seasons. The partial coverage non-pelagic trawl percentage is in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands, and it was exclusively the PCTC cod season, C season, where they were not full coverage. They moved back into the partial coverage. It got a little confusing. We had gotten that question during one of the other presentations. Okay, next slide. Part of the annual report is to publicly report out on costs. Since the observer coverage in Alaska is predominantly funded by the industry, so the full coverage category is a pay-as-you-go system where the vessels pay private observer companies directly for their observer services. And we have 3 full coverage observer providers in right now. NIMS, we collect only the invoice costs and recognize that the full coverage industry may absorb additional costs that are not reported in these numbers. For example, the trawl EM, the cost of food, lodging for full coverage observers is paid for directly by the processors in the full coverage sector, and those costs are not reflected in the invoiced amounts. So in this slide, we are only talking about invoiced days by the full coverage providers, which does differ from actual deployed days. For the full coverage fleet, the invoiced daily cost only increased by $1 per day. while the total overall cost decreased by about 7%. Next slide. Electronic monitoring in the full coverage fleet. This is another cost that does not get invoiced, and the cost for which we do not collect any data on. These have been in place. So in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands non-pollock trawl catcher processors, so Amendment 80, they participate in the halibut deck sorting, and that requires cameras on deck to make sure that no halibut are discarded before the observer has a chance to sample them. The Bering Sea pollock catcher processors and motherships have cameras on salmon bins with monitors throughout the observer sampling stations. Rockfish trawl catcher processors, same. Bering Sea cod longline catcher processors, they use EM on their flow scales. The vessels all act as their own EM providers. They're allowed to just arrange the service with whatever company they choose to go with, as long as it provides the views that we need in those situations. And again, we don't collect any cost information on this. Oh, and one thing to note is that the pelagic pollock trawl EM, the EFP costs, were also not included in any of these full coverage cost reports. So now I'm switching to our partial coverage program. Our total expenditures were $3.8 million for the 2,325 sea days, which gives us an average cost of $1,638 per invoice day. So the last bullet here on this slide is really important to take into consideration when raising questions about how high this average cost per day is for this program, as this daily rate does include the daily sea rate for the observers, which through this contract, so the partial coverage program, I'll remind you, is run through a government contract. And through this contract, they cannot pay the observers anything less than what the current wage determination provided by the government is. The costs also calculated here for the daily rate include the fully reimbursed travel costs, which are required to be provided by the government, and we provide per diem rates when the observer is not deployed to a plant or vessel. And also included in this cost is the provider, or the provider who has this contract also runs the odds help desk for both observer and EM deployments. So that is also included in this average cost per day. And then this slide is just our electronic monitoring for the fixed gear EM deployments. These fixed gear vessels, if they were not in the EM pool, would be in the partial coverage pool. These expenditures totaled about $1.19 million for 2024. So we did not have this number in time for the draft annual report, but our plan is to include it in the final report. And this number includes the following costs. I have project coordination for the EM vendors and image review, data review, processing and analysis, equipment, and field services. We've been asked to provide a daily rate for EM. We are continuing to attempt this, but we're struggling how to pull out the numbers with everything that is included in this total cost. And another problem that we are having is that there are only currently 2 vendors that are being used, and that would compromise their business information if we provided that. So we're trying to figure out a way to make it a realistic number where we could compare it to the partial coverage and the full coverage rates. And I will now transfer the next chapter to Jeff Mayhew in our analytical services.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Jeff Mayhew, board members of the council and the chairs. I'm going to be reviewing the 2024 deployment performance review. And so I think we're just ready to hop into the next slide. So as a recap, since the 2023 ADP, if you recall that in 2024, we implemented a new sample design, and with this included a new stratification and allocation method. As far as our changes to stratification, we've always historically, at least in the last few years, we've separated our strata based on the monitoring method and the gear type. But we implemented two changes to this. We also further stratified by FMP. We split out the Bering Sea and Aleutians separate from the Gulf of Alaska. And then also the gear types, we also combined any trips that fish with hook and line pot and or hook and line of pot gear into the same stratum because vessels started to fish with both these gear types at the same time. So it was important to include these into the same strata. As far as how we decide how we allocate our samples to these strata, we use a new method that's called the proximity allocation method. And what the purpose of this allocation method is, what it's meant to do is to reduce data gaps in space and time. So it's trying to spread our samples to the strata such that all the strata have the same propensity to reduce data gaps. And it's also meant to make sure that strata that have a few number of trips have a higher sampling rate such that we don't run into high variances that are caused by small sample sizes. This allocation method was applied to all of our partial coverage strata except for the trawl EM EFP, because again, this was in the last year of the EFP, but also trawl EM just operates in an entirely different way than the deployment operates in a different way than the deployment does for fixed gear EM or at-sea observers. And so it really doesn't make sense to apply this method to how the trawl EM EFP is run. Next slide. So here are the deployment strata that we use in 2024. We have two full coverage strata. One is what we've always traditionally called full coverage. It's the trips taken by vessels that are required to have or have opted into the full observer coverage. These are the really large Amendment 80 and AFA vessels. We also have the EM trawl Bering Sea EFP. So this is the Bering Sea portion of the EM trawl EFP. So these are the trips that are in the EM trawl stratum that are harvesting pollock with pelagic gear, specifically in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. Now we have our partial observer coverage strata. So we have 4 of these. These are all, again, split by whether they're fishing with fixed gear or trawl gear and whether they're fishing in the Bering Sea or the Gulf of Alaska. So you can see those 4 combinations there. In our EM strata, we have 2 fixed gear EM strata, one in the Bering Sea and one in the Goa. And even though it says in the text here, fishing with hook and line or pot gear, it's actually hook and line and or pot gear for both of these strata. Then again, we have the Gulf of Alaska portion of the EM trawl EFP. So again, these are the vessels that are in the trawl EM stratum harvesting pollock with pelagic gear in the Gulf of Alaska. We also have one last zero coverage stratum. So this is a large stratum that includes any vessel that's under 40 feet length overall, or vessels that fish with jig or trawl gear. And so this zero coverage stratum is meant to, it serves a couple of different purposes. There's a lot of vessels that are included in zero coverage, and they fish a lot of low volume trips. And so by separating, I guess by having this fairly convenient cutoff of 40 feet, what it does is it allows us to improve logistics for how we deploy into the rest of the partial coverage strata. And it improves cost efficiency. There's a lot more logistics required in trying to monitor these very small vessels that have historically had a high difficulty in actually putting observers onto these smaller boats. Next slide. Thank you. So in table 3.5, we do a lot of summarizing this table. So I'm going to try to break it down a little bit. We're looking specifically at just the full coverage portion from this table, which is showing the total numbers of vessels, trips, and sample trips in our strata. And what this table is trying to do is it's trying to summarize, did we meet our monitoring goals as a whole, just based off of, did we achieve the sampling rate that's intended for each of these strata? And again, the full coverage strata are meant to have a 100% expected coverage rate. But you can see in the full coverage stratum, we have one trip that was not monitored. So the realized rate was 99.91%. And so I can talk about it a little bit, but we have a little bit more in depth of an explanation on Appendix C. And this is an issue that has arisen in kind of the last few years, and it comes with a little bit of a confusion about which stratum a vessel should be in based off of what they fish. Again, vessels don't know exactly what they're going to catch when they go fishing, but per the regulations, depending on the size of your vessel and what you catch, whether it's CDQ groundfish, which means the more you catch is groundfish, versus CDQ halibut, that might decide whether you should be in full or partial coverage. So we do have in Appendix C a suggestion for maybe how to fix the regulations to reduce this confusion. But I would just say that this is a pretty minor issue. It just kind of comes up as like we're automatically not meeting expectations because we're not achieving 100%. But I would just say this is it's a fairly relatively benign issue, and it is just something that's caused by a little bit of confusion caused by the definitions that are currently in regulations and vessels not knowing exactly what they're fishing, what they're going to fish. But if you look at the EM trawl bearing C portion of the EFP, we intended 100% and we realized 100%. And you'll notice if you look at the tables from previous years that the numbers of trips in EM trawl bearing C EFP is much larger than before. We had higher participation, and that's why there's kind of a shift from the numbers of trips that have been full coverage towards the EM trawl bearing C EFP stratum. Next slide. So here we're summarizing the expected and realized rates in the partial coverage strata. And so if you look at all of the observed at-sea observer strata, those are the first four on top, that we achieved the monitoring goals for all four of these strata. And the way that you should be looking at this expected and realized rate is that there is a distribution around that expected rate. Those expected rates are the ones that are programmed into the observer declare and deploy system, or odds, which randomly selects trips that are logged for either monitoring or to not be monitored. And so there is an expectation around that rate where we say that, okay, well, given a 95% probability, are we within that or not? And that's what we're really evaluating here. And so even if some of the realized rates are below or slightly above that, they're all within the expected distribution around that expected rate. And now if we look at the EM fixed gear strata, you can see those rates were expected to be 74.29 and 24.20. And EM fixed gear bearing C stratum actually didn't realize the expected coverage rate. And the way that we're defining coverage rate here is that all these trips were actually monitored at the rate that we would expect them to. So all these EM boats actually had those systems on at the rate that we would have expected. But because of the previously mentioned reduced EM review capacity that we had in 2024, we only got data from about 50% of those vessels when we were expecting 74% of those trips monitored. So even though we had 74% of trips pretty much monitored, we only got data from about 50% of those. So you're going to see kind of the effects of this reduced review capacity in some of these next slides as we're doing kind of a more in-depth evaluation of whether we achieved our monitoring goals. And again, this was a temporary issue, but it is going to, you're going to see the effects of this reduced monitoring capacity. And it really specifically affected the EM fixed bearing C and Aleutian Island strata more than the GOA portion. In the EM trawl GOA EFP, we had a expected monitoring rate of 33.3%. And this is, again, specifically for shoreside monitoring by observers for things like species composition. So, and I guess, at least in 2024, it was also for salmon counts as well. And so that the realized rate was within the expected range with that stratum as well. So of the 7 monitored partial coverage strata, we reached our monitoring goals in all but one. Next slide.
Yes. Excuse me, we have a question before you move on. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
You're gonna vote.
This is a problem.
We're working on our mic here.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I just wanted a little bit more clarification on the EM trawl Gulf EFP. it's a little hard to hear sometimes over your sound system. But I just wanted to clarify in the expected and realized coverage rates, that is only shoreside sampling, but that the cameras and those trips are 100% monitored by EM. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the salmon counts then are done shoreside to count, do a census of salmon and count every salmon.
In 2024, we had a different protocol. So at least in 2025, we're actually collecting salmon counts on all EM deliveries. And in 2024, because it was the last year of the EFP, we were still using the 1 and 3 shoreside monitoring sampling frame.
Great, thank you.
All right, so moving on. So what I just showed you was kind of like the, what did we get at the very end? And so I want to hop back a little bit. And, as I mentioned before, odds is used to determine for all the strata except for the EM trawl EFP stratum, which trips are to be monitored. And so we provide this figure every year, this table every year to kind of give a sense on the very beginning of that process. Did odds select trips at the rate that we would expect it to? Understanding that odds is a random process, and that even if we program a particular rate, there are, but just by kind of dumb random chance, odds might happen to select trips in a stratum at a higher or lower rate than you would normally expect, that 95% confidence distribution. 1 time out of 20, you might be falling outside of that. But at least this year, this table shouldn't really be showing anything too wild, but it's just that odds performed the way we would normally expect it to. So the rate that the odds selected trips in, that initial selection rate, all fell within the expected range. And then if we look at the final rate of selected trips, this happens after a couple different manipulations that I'll be talking about in the next few slides too, that final achieved rate that we had in odds also met similar to the programmed rate. So there's really nothing out of the ordinary as far as odds performed for the selection of trips in 2024. Next slide. And so if we drill back a little bit even more, if you might recall during the presentation of the 2023 annual report, we also included the 2024 results, is that we had a very high cancellation rate among the observer strata. And so we had different strata back then, but at least for this strata that deploy with at-sea observers, we had a much higher cancellation rate for those randomly selected trips than for not selected trips. So what I want to show here is that for each stratum, there's three different outcomes that you can have when you log a trip. You can either be randomly not selected, or you could be randomly selected by odds, or we have what's called inheritance, which is if you have a previously selected trip that is then canceled by the vessel or by AIS or anybody else, that selected trip goes away, but then the next trip that's logged inherits the monitoring from that previously selected canceled trip. And so inheritance is a way of trying to maintain the realized monitoring rate while also giving flexibilities to when plans change. But what we saw in those years that there was kind of a large effect where this inheritance system would effectively delay the monitoring. And when you have inherited monitoring, it's not a truly randomly selected trip. And that's why we're trying to count them separately from the randomly selected trips here. When you have non-random monitoring, it does potentially introduce biases because the vessel has an expectation of when that vessel is going to be monitored. And it's not truly resulting in a random distribution of our sampling, which the whole program is designed around random sampling. And so we had a very high proportion of trips in the past, and especially in 2022, of trips that were only monitored but done in a non-random fashion. And so we're trying to look at this, what we had in 2024 as to what happened as far as the cancellation of trips that were either selected or not selected. And when you look at the observer fixed GEOGOA stratum, that you can see that the not selected trips were canceled at a 4.6% rate, but the randomly selected trips were canceled at a 23.4% rate. So 5 times higher likelihood of being canceled if that trip was selected for monitoring. And even the inherited trips were also canceled at a 13.9% rate. This all in all resulted in around 13.1% of the monitored trips were monitored because of inheritance and not random selection. So this is still a high rate, but it's still at least a little bit of an improvement over what we saw in 2022 and 2023. If we look at the observer trial goer stratum, you can see that the cancellation rates are pretty equal between the not selected and random and inherited trips. This has more to do with the fact that in the last year of the 2024 EM trial EFP in the Gulf of Alaska, that vessels could opt out of the EFP on a trip-by-trip basis, depending on their fishing plans. This is not the case in 2025, and so because of that, they had the flexibility to cancel their trips and change the strata. And so even there was still an 11.5% of those trips were monitored due to inheritance. But we don't expect that to be the case in the future. I would also add that as we did these investigations in 2022 and 2023, we actually changed the how odds works for the at-sea observer strata beginning in 2025 this year, is that vessels can no longer cancel their trips, whether they're not selected or selected, they can cancel their trips. There are other types of cancellations that can occur whenever vessels change the strata and things like that, but we are really trying to effectively reduce the reliance on inheritance to make sure that we get the monitoring that we need to, and also make sure that when an inheritance does occur, such as when selected trips have their strata changed due to changed fishing plans, that is the next trip in the queue and not the next log trip is the one that inherits the monitoring, similar in the way that it works for the EM fixed gear strata. So I'm hoping that this is kind of the last year that we're kind of seeing these kinds of high cancellation rates and a high reliance on inheritance. I'm pretty confident that so far with 2025, we've had some, it seems like we've had very few issues with the new rollout of all these fairly significant changes that we made to odds. But I'm very confident that we'll be able to have a very high proportion of our trips that are monitored due to perfectly random sampling and not because of inheritance. If we look at the EM fixed gear strata, for instance, you can see that those cancellation rates are very quite low. You only had, I guess you had one stratum, a 46% cancellation rate by user for inherited trips, but there was really only 13 trips that were logged. So it's a very small sample size, but overall the percentage of trips that are monitored due to inheritance is under 3%. So that's more so what we're trying to hopefully expect with all of our strata in 2025 and in the future. So I think having monitored this over the last few years, I think we've made some really excellent changes to make sure that we are deploying our monitoring in a unbiased random distribution that we would be that the way that the program was designed and intended to be executed.
Pause there for a moment for question, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Mayhew, for that explanation, and that when we see the report on the 2025 fishery, we should be paying attention to these numbers and they should be lower based on the changes we made last fall. But I just wanted to clarify why this is a problem. And I know you said bias in the fishery. What I recall from previous annual reports is the ability to cancel and then have these inherited trips. It didn't actually lower the coverage rates for those sectors that had high cancellations. It just pushed all the coverage later in the year. And so we were getting that temporal distribution of coverage that we didn't expect. And so is that why this was a problem and we needed to address it?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. Yes, that's exactly it. When I was talking about this bias issue, is that yes, a temporal shift in where your monitoring is occurring can result in biases as well. You're having more of your sampling representing a different part of the year that has to be used to potentially make inferences for other parts of the year. Shifting things temporally can also change things spatially as well. So the fisheries don't stay in the same spot throughout the year. So all those kinds of things results in just not having a random distribution of your samples the way that you would expect. That distribution of your samples should match how the fishery changes too. And so not only do we have the effect of delayed monitoring affecting things, but also just having more inherited trips too is one kind of a reflection of that, but it also gives the vessel an expectation that, oh, well, I had this trip selected, but I'm going to cancel it so I can shift that monitoring to a later point where maybe I care less about having this trip monitored, or maybe I'll be fishing in a different way than I would be for currently. I know a lot of times it was, partially because of, if a vessel has particular fishing plans, but they log a trip and it's selected, it might, have an issue with, how many IFQ holders might be on the boat. But they were really able, and you can see this at least with the observer fixture GOA stratum, that is still kind of the case that those selected trips are monitored, canceled at a much higher rate when they're selected than when they're not selected. And so all those things can contribute to just us not having our samples reflecting what actually occurs, that is not being a good representation of the fishing that's occurring.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up through the chair. Have you had, since the council addressed this and NIMS addressed this already to prohibit cancellations, do you have feedback from fishermen already about that change? Has that been difficult in terms of not allowing cancellations, but allowing people to edit trips and then inheriting the very next trip that was selected?
Through the chair, I have not received any particular, I guess, I don't know of any particular issues. We did have some minor issues that were addressed by the odds and IT team very early on in the year to remedy some intended behaviors that didn't quite, make it past the, the testing stage correctly. But I think that so far, from what I've been able to hear, either mostly from feedback with conversations with AIS, is that we haven't really had any issues with the new odds deployment rules for the at-sea observer strata. And again, we didn't change anything really for the EM fixed gear strata. But as far as the changes that we made to the at-sea observer strata, it seems like it's gone very smoothly. I'm very pleased with how things have gone so far this year.
Thank you.
So here I'm showing what figure 3.4 in this slide here, and it might be a little bit different from what you might be familiar with in the past, but what we usually do in figure 3.3 is show the data timeliness, which is the time it takes after a trip ends to the point that the catch accounting system has that data. When we did this evaluation this year, we noticed that there were a lot of fixed gear EM trips that didn't have their data in the catch accounting system, even though we know those trips were reviewed by PAC states. And what we noticed is that was a coding error that resulted in basically a roadblock between when that data gets reviewed by Pacific states and when it gets to the catch accounting system. And so when we remedied this fix, it did cause this flood of this review data into the catch accounting system at one time of the year. And so the way that we traditionally do this evaluation, which is the way that we have shown it in 3.3, is that the timing of the data from the EM fixed gear strata wasn't really a good reflection of how long it actually took to review those trips, which has been something that we've been trying to focus on in the previous years, is that review times were higher than we really wanted them to be. And we were trying to focus on reducing that review time. However, because of this coding bug that we had, our evaluation didn't appropriately reflect the improvement that we saw in the review time. So you can see that both the medians and means here. So median review times were 33 for EM fixed gear Bering Sea and 26 days for EM fixed gear GOA. So those are marked improvements over what we've seen in the past. And I just want to highlight, this is an entirely separate issue from what we were mentioning before, where we had reduced review capacity during the year. This is really showing of the trips that were reviewed by PAC states, that the review times were significantly improved over the previous years. And so figure 3.4 is really meant to show that review timeliness, specifically the time when that trip ends to when PAC states finishes their review. Figure 3.3 goes that extra step and says, like, okay, well, after the trip has been reviewed, then how long does it take to get in the catch accounting system? That period of time is usually very, very short. But at least for this year, we're providing this additional figure just to more appropriately kind of cover this little bugging coding error that we saw in this last year. We don't expect that to happen again. It really was caused by the changes that we made to in the 2024 ADP, where the sampling rates for the EM fixed year strata changed for the first time since ever. And that's really was kind of the root cause of this bug, but it should not be an issue in the future. So far, looking at 2025, we expect, we have a full complement of all of our EM reviewers, and we expect that the data timeliness and review timeliness, for that matter, to be a continuation of this lower review time. Okay, I'm going to walk through a little bit more of the kind of in-depth evaluations on, did we deploy our monitoring through time and space the way that we would expect to, given perfectly random sampling? So did we distribute our monitoring in the way that we expected to, given our plan in the ADP? And so at least in these figures here, we're showing the temporal patterns of where our samplings occurred. And so on the x-axis, we have time throughout the year from January to the next year. And on the y-axis, we have the cumulative numbers of trips in that stratum and that were monitored. And so you'd be expecting that our black line, our realized monitoring rate, is within our expectation, which is the gray shaded region. And so when you fall outside of that region, that means that we either have more or less monitoring than we would be expecting, just given random chance and given the rates that were set and for each of those strata. Again, the way that we're evaluating the at-sea observer strata is whether those trips were observed. And with the EM fixed year strata, we're evaluating whether or not we have data from those monitored trips. And so here's where we're going to start seeing the impact of when that review was not complete for some of our trips and how it disproportionately affected the EM fixed year bearing C stratum. That blue arrow is showing where the temporary reduced review capacity had its effect. It was during kind of the middle of the year when fishing was starting to ramp up again, and we had a backlog. And whenever a backlog happens, NIMS and PAC states, we have a prioritization list for which trips should get reviewed should a backlog occur. And it does prioritize hook and line trips over pot trips. It prioritizes the current year over the previous year. There's a couple different steps along the way here, but that prioritization did result in a disproportionate impact on the EM fixed year bearing C strata. There were mostly pot trips in the strata that were not reviewed. And you can see that realized rate, that black line, kind of flat lines as the numbers of trips start increasing. And so this is where you can kind of say that, well, there's this temporal pattern where the latter half of the year, we had a lot lower data from these trips than we would have normally expected. And so you'll also see even later how this impacts other aspects of how we do these evaluations too. But that all being said, given that we had a new deployment design for 2024 with new strata, new allocation strategies, that all the other strata, and I think barring this one instance where we had reduced reviewer capacity, I feel pretty strongly that we would have been able to achieve all of our monitoring goals temporally for all these strata had that not occurred. You can see in all the other strata that we did deploy our monitoring throughout time the way that we would have intended. So I think that's a big positive note. So here, we're going to be looking at the spatial patterns. So of where the fishing occurred in 2024, do the samples appropriately represent the fishing that occurred in that stratum? And we can use this, we're looking at it temporally before, but here we're looking at it spatially. So are there any regions within each strata where we have more or less samples that resulted in a lower or higher representation of the fishing that occurred? And the way that I've colored these figures is that we have each cell is shown on each stratum here to show where fishing occurred. And if the cell is white, it means that we got pretty much the same, the samples that we got were pretty representative of the fishing there, that we didn't fall outside of the expectation of being able to get data in that particular cell. And these cells are 200 kilometers wide. But if regions are shaded green, it means that that region is, if anything, a little bit more overrepresented than we would have assumed given random sampling. And conversely, if it's shaded kind of this pink or purple, that we have less data there, that it was less representative than we would have expected. And those are showing the 10% tails. And so if the region's colored, it means that it's kind of on the 10% tail of where expectation would be. But if there's a little open dot inside of that cell, that means that we're in the kind of the 2% or lower range. That is a much more unlikely result given random sampling. And so if we are looking at what patterns that we see here, that we really only had kind of a regional pattern in the observer fixed gear bearing C and the EM fixed gear bearing C strata. And it, at least in this case, looked like it was in the Aleutian Islands regions where we had that the samples were less representative of the fishing there, that we had fewer trips that were monitored in those regions throughout space and time than we would have normally assumed. And again, going back to the understanding that we had a lower review capacity in the EM fixed gear bearing C stratum, this is showing kind of a spatial result of that reduced monitoring. So we saw that it was temporally, it was a lot of pop trips happened in the last part of the year. And the way that we see that shake out spatially here is that this is also the region where that reduced monitoring had an impact on the data that we got afterwards. And doing more digging on that, thanks to these diagnostics, is that we can say that they were really mostly pot trips that happened in these regions between mid-March and November. I still need to do a little bit more digging onto why we had slightly reduced representativeness in the EM of the observer fixed gear bearing C strata. It's not as marked of a pattern as we see in EM fixed gear bearing C. But that's just something for us to kind of keep an eye on in the future. But at least looking at the other strata, there's really no stark regional patterns, which tells me that, like, even though, yes, we have some local places that had more sampling or less sampling than you would have expected, they're really not grouped up in any particular pattern. This looks like a pretty non-random, it looks like a pretty random pattern to me, and no sort of bias. So again, looking at most of the other strata, aside from the EM fixed gear bearing C strata, and to the extent the observer fixed gear bearing C stratum, that we were able to distribute our monitoring spatially as intended. So this figure is really kind of summarizing the previous two, the temporal and the spatial components together. When we set the ADP, again, talking about the proximity allocation method, there's a metric called the proximity index that's calculated that is the proportion of trips monitored or neighboring a monitored trip in space and time. So remembering that the point of this allocation method is to try to distribute the monitoring such that we don't have large data gaps where a high proportion of trips are unmonitored and aren't in nearby in space and time to a monitored trip. That this metric really results in the expectation that all of our strata should have around 90%, but oftentimes more, 90% of our trips should be either monitored or near a monitored trip in space and time. And so what our realized proximity indices are is the dashed purple line in these figures. And we have two different distributions, both the green and blue ones here that are shown on these figures, of what we expect the proximity indices to be. The blue distributions on the bottom is the expectation of the proximity index given the rate that was set by the ADP. And so if you have a realized rate that is actually different from what we achieved in the ADP, we show that realized rates distribution expectation in green. At least this year, because our realized rates were very similar to our programmed rates, that the two distributions are quite similar. But the way that you should be interpreting these figures is that we should be falling well within these distributions, that we are, this tells us that the realized sampling that we had in the year whether or not it met the expectations set by the ADP. And so all of our strata, again, except for the fixed gear bearing C strata, we realized our monitoring goals set by the ADP. That we were, it tells us that kind of at a glance that the distribution of our sampling was even in space and time the way you'd be expecting given random sampling. But we look at the EM fixed gear bearing C stratum, we realized a proximity index of only 0.64. So only 64% of our trips were near monitored trip in space and time or monitored themselves when we would have expected a 90% proportion of trips. So again, this is just telling us a little bit of the patterns that we saw previously. They all kind of agree with one another. They all resulted in the kind of the same interpretation that we just didn't monitor that stratum the way that we intended to. Even though we had all the trips monitored as expected, the actual data provided from those trips didn't meet our expectation, just given the reduced review capacity. But the one thing I would say is that if we wanted to kind of compare this to the previous years where we had a different stratification allocation, is that the bearing C strata were a lot more prone to having data gaps. We didn't really have an expectation to have 90% of our trips monitored or near monitored trip in a bearing C whatsoever, because we didn't stratify that way in previous years. And so this is really showing us, at least the successes of this new allocation method, is that it has effectively been able to distribute monitoring away from the GOA and towards the bearing C, where we typically, historically, would have a much higher probability of having data gaps. We weren't previously able to monitor the Bering Sea more without also inflating the sampling rates in the Gulf of Alaska, and therefore at a much higher cost. So this has more evenly been able to distribute our monitoring to reduce data gaps. So that's one of the big successes of this new design. We didn't have a comprehensive comparison of the new allocation and sample design this year. We are going to be undergoing a CIE review expected in Q2 of 2026. That's what we expect to have a lot more in-depth look and review from outside experts on this new allocation method. But I think that just at a glance here that we can at least say that the intent of the new allocation did serve its purpose, that we were able to distribute monitoring more towards the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, and therefore fill those data gaps that we had in the past.
Mr. Mayhew, we have a couple questions for you before we move on. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayhew, for your presentation. I really appreciate it. And I very much appreciate the discussion you had on this slide, and in terms of sort of the evaluation of the switch to using the proximity allocation method. And I just, I guess it's more of a question. Is the description you just described included in the annual report? Because I really had trouble finding that, and am wondering, for people who can only read the report and not hear the presentation, is it in there and I just missed it?
Through the chair, you're talking specifically about the comparison to previous years?
Or just Madam Chair, or was the implementation of the proximity allocation method successful? Did we improve in a way that we thought we would?
Through the chair, I didn't have any comparison of like whether we improved or not, because in order to do that, I would have to compare to the previous years. Because of the format of the annual report, we were trying to more or less continue what we had done in the past, and also knowing that we're still kind of awaiting really the time where we're going to have this allocation method reviewed by the CIE to provide a more in-depth and holistic view of what improvements did we gain from this new sample design. So I didn't make any particular statements, at least in this annual report, including those comparisons to previous years. When we did do the 2024 ADP, we did use data from those previous years to kind of let's see what it looks like when we have this new strata and this new allocation method. What kinds of gains do we expect? We did have evaluations in the draft 2024 EDP that I think coincide with what we're seeing here, that the expectation that we will be able to better fill up gaps that we had in the past in the Bering Sea strata, that in that analysis, we did demonstrate that we were able to effectively do that. And I think that just kind of at a glance, looking at it here, it's also following what my expectation with that would be too, and that we did have a higher proximity index realized, just given the higher rates that we set in the Bering Sea strata. So I think that just given that expectation that we had from the 2024 draft ADP and what we're seeing here, that what I'm seeing here in this figure is that we met that plan that we saw in the draft, that we did realize these gains here, but I didn't go any more further in depth with that because it is a bit of a kind of a one-off analysis that I do want to give its due diligence to, and that's really going to be slated for this review from the CIE in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. And then
Thank you.
Mr. Williams.
Just a follow-up on Ms. Baker's question, Mr. Mayhew, and I understand that the annual report kind of has a format that NOAA follows, but I think it's an important point that when I look at this slide, like it doesn't scream success to me. It doesn't. I think to a normal person maybe wouldn't see the success in the change, and I felt like our annual report, it's a follow-on from council and NIMS recommendations in the ADP. And if we make significant changes, which I think this was, then we want to understand if we were effective, if we had some level of improvement. So absent a CIE review, is there a way to modify the format of the annual report such that we could bring out those primary conclusions when we do make big changes, which we don't always, but this was. Do you think there's opportunity there?
The chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. I think that's a fair point. I think that as we were kind of hyper focused on this annual report and trying to maintain some consistency with previous years, that I personally didn't put any more additional thought into trying to highlight. I think the successes here from my desk when I see this figure, right, I see a lot of success in this figure, and so it's I can maybe say that it's my fault for not being able to convey that as effectively as I would have liked. I think that when I showed these figures in the previous years to try to, if anything, prime us for how these analyses look. That in the last year we did actually, even though we didn't stratify by the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands last year, that you more or less saw this figure that we took those strata, we did split them by Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands versus the GOA just for the analyses, and you could see that the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands strata didn't have a realized proximity index that's as high as you are seeing here, because we didn't have the ability in order to make that happen, but we didn't stratify that way. And so I do think that I think that's a fair point. I'm hoping that we don't have any large changes. I think our recommendation is to more or less continue forward with the monitoring plan that we have employed in 2024 and currently in 2025. But I think that is a fair point, that if we do make these larger changes, that we can make a greater effort to highlight those evaluations and whether improvements were made.
Thank you. And I very much appreciate the work that went into the report and the work that went into looking at the proximity indices. So I don't want to undermine that level of work. But I feel like, and I also recognize this is a very small portion of the fisheries. Most are in full coverage, but we spend so much time on the small portion that's in partial coverage that I think helping the council highlight those successes or improvements is really important. So just final comment, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayhew.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Jason Janot, and as Ms. Thompson mentioned, I am currently supporting her as the Deputy Director for FMA within the Oscar Fisheries Science Center, as well as the Program Manager for Analytical Services within the FMA. And I'll be presenting Chapter 4, and then a little bit later, I'll present our recommendations, the NIMS recommendations. Next slide, please. So this table was alluded to in Ms. Thompson's presentation earlier. This is showing the monitored catch, the total catch, and the percent monitored for the groundfish and halibut retained and discarded in the 2024 fisheries in the Gulf of Alaska. So this is just the Gulf of Alaska. And what you can see is we've divided the table up into three sort of vessel categories. We have the catcher processor in this first group of columns, the partial catcher vessels in the second group of columns, and the rockfish program catcher vessels in the third set of columns. And then in the final set of columns is the totals across these rows. And then in the left column, we've got the gear types. And in the next column there is whether the catch is retained or discarded. So this disposition. And so I'm just going to go through the gear totals in that far column on the right-hand side, so everyone understands exactly how much retained and how much discarded was monitored for each of these gear types. Keep in mind that in this table, monitoring reflects either trips with an observer or EM fixed gear trips for which some of the video was reviewed, or EM trawl trips where observers sampled shoreside. EM trawl trips also require 100% video monitoring for compliance, but that's not reflected in the table here. So in those totals in that far right column, 25% of the retained and 19% of the discarded catch was monitored in the hook and line gears. None was monitored in the jig gears. That's part of our zero selection category. Non-pelagic trawl retained 74% and discarded 60% was monitored. For the pot gears, 17% of the retained and 20% of the discard was monitored. And for pelagic trawl, 40% of the retained and 44% of the discarded was monitored. Okay, next slide. This is a very similar table, except for now we're covering the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands, again for the 2024 fishery. Note here that there are actually 4 vessel categories. We have catcher processor, again, in that first group, but now we also have motherships in the second group of columns. And then we have partial coverage catcher vessels and full coverage catcher vessels. And then the gear totals, again, across the rows are in that final set of columns. Gears, again, in that left-hand column. And the disposition of catch, I had to abbreviate here just to fit this extra set of columns in there. So ret meaning retained and dis meaning discarded. If we go into that far right-hand column, you can see that 99% of the retained and 98% of the discarded in the hook and line gear type was monitored. In the non-pelagic trawl, 100% of the retained and 100% of the discarded is indicated here as monitored. Although I'll note that it's not quite 100%. That's just because of rounding. It's about 99.7, 99.6, something like that. But I didn't include decimal points in this column because of space, so it rounds up to 100. In terms of the pot gear, 52% of the retained and 48% of the discarded was monitored. And pelagic trawl gear, 100% of the retained and 100% of the discarded was monitored. And again, monitoring reflects either trips with an observer, EM fixed gear trips for which some of the video was reviewed, or EM trawl trips where there was an observer sampling shoreside. Okay, next slide, please. In this figure, we're showing the fixed gear EM image quality. And so on the y-axis here, we have the proportion of hauls. And then on the x-axis, we just have years. And within each years, the image quality is grouped into three categories. High is in the green, medium is in that orange, and low or unusable is in the purple. And the big takeaway home, the take-home message here is that the amount of images in the high image quality category has been increasing over time, and in the low or unusable category has been decreasing over time. So that's a real good trend that we like to see. Okay, next slide, please.
Mr. Gino, we have a question for you. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good morning, Dr. Gino. I'm wondering what your thoughts are about the kind of improvement we've seen in the quality of the imagery. And I guess sort of a twofold question. Do you think we're sort of what we've achieved over the last year, it represents about as good as we're going to get for EM, or do you see more room for improvement? And which areas of effort over the last couple of years have, in your judgment, what efforts have resulted in particularly getting down to 5% on low or unusable?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mr. Twite, through the chair. This is an excellent question, Mr. Twite. I don't have any specific things to point to. I will just say that we do a lot of outreach when we see problems arising and try to reach out to the fleet early on, as early as possible. One of the things that we've recently instituted is that within the odds framework that holds that database, we built some tools for industry to see some feedback on their image quality. And so I'm wondering if that's partially of what's contributing to this positive trend. As to whether we've hit a plateau, which I think was your question, if I've not mischaracterized it, that's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I think that there will always be some low level of issues that are just, unforeseen circumstances, right? It's raining and the camera gets covered with water, and there's just not much you can do about that. So I think that, eventually we will. Whether this is the plateau or not, I can't say. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, and Mr. Twite.
It does, and I expect indeed that there is, just as I think we've discovered, there is essentially always going to be some amount of unusable data that we get in from human observers as well. That's just part of the system. And I'm wondering if you could sort of reflect just a little bit on a 5% unusability rate in EM and how that compares with the unusability rate that we have with human observers.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Twite, through the chair. Yeah, we haven't done that direct comparison, right? And it's a little bit difficult because observers are collecting different data than EM, as we have pointed out many times in the past. I would hope that we could get that 5% lower. I mean, it would be great if we could. Again, whether we can or not, I'm not certain. And how that compares to the observers, it's probably a little bit higher than what the observers' unusable data quality level is, as far as I'm aware. But it's getting close.
Thank you, Dr. Gino.
Okay. Here we're looking at the proportion of fixed gear EM trips with at least one issue reported by video reviewers. So this is, just to emphasize, this is the proportion of reviewed trips. You just looked at the reviewed hauls. So make sure you make that mental switch. And on the left-hand side, the y-axis, we see the proportion of reviewed trips. We have the years in the x-axis, and then long line is in green and pot is in orange. And notice that generally the trend over time, again, is in a positive direction in that the number of issues is going down, particularly in the pot, but notice there are some years in which it kind of spikes back up again, and particularly in 2024, in the long line gears, we saw this 20% jump in issues being reported. I'll just note that that's just one issue, right? That could just be as simple as, there's water on the lens and we can't see, or something to that effect. So why we had this jump in a 20% jump is not completely clear. I think there was a number of issues related to the use of streamer lines that had been reported, and other sorts of problems like that. But it's not 100% clear. We'll have to dig into that a little bit more to know exactly what that 20% jump means. Okay, next slide, please. And I'll turn it over to Special Agent Jacqueline Smith.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Special Agent Jacqueline Smith with the Office of Law Enforcement, Alaska Division. I want to start off by saying that I probably should have included table 5.2 on this slide, as it kind of gives a little bit more context. With the new database that we have for observers to report potential violations, there are multiple specified units that they can report just depending on the violation type. So they can report it as haul, day, or sample, or by marine mammal. So what table 2 shows you is the total number of each unit that were observed by the individual observers. So for instance, marine mammals, if there were 100 marine mammal interactions, there's more, but I'm just using that as an example. If there were 100 observations of marine interactions, the percent that you see in our rates would be the percent that the observer saw a potential violation. So it is going to change just depending on your violation type. Unfortunately, for this year, we do not have a trend over time since there were such significant changes to the database, but next year you will start seeing trends over time. This was a request of the council in the past to provide investigative statuses based on the statement types. We are providing it only based on the higher statement category rather than breaking it down to subcategories, because if we were to use subcategories, then we might leave some privacy for our industry members. On this slide, we are only showing 3 of our main statement category types. When there are multiple ones, that's going to be in the actual report. We wanted to highlight our observer safety and work environment. In total, we received 115 statements, and then these are the current statuses. I want to point out that we do have 47 that are still ongoing. And then I'm not going to read everything that's on the slide for you since you do have it in front of you, and I'm willing to take any questions that you have on this slide at this time.
Thank you. Looks like we have a question, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Special Agent. Really appreciate highlighting the safety and work environment. The observers have a right to work in a safe working environment that's not hostile. I'm trying to figure out what it means over in the right-hand column where you've got 8 forwarded for prosecution, and it looks like of those, 4 of those, there wasn't sufficient evidence, and 4 of those, there was lack of resources. I'm trying to figure out what that means.
I think I'll need to tweak the slide in the future, or the table in the future. It just so happens that the 4 lack of evidence and 4 lack of resources equal 8, and then 8 were forwarded for prosecution. What it's actually saying is there were 8 of these cases that were forwarded for prosecution. They're still with an attorney, and then 4 separate ones were closed for lack of evidence, and 4 separate ones were closed for lack of resources.
Thanks. That's heartening. I was initially going, oh my gosh. Even still, so in other words, 4 out of the 115
Yes.
had lack of resources. But what does that mean? What does lack of resources mean in terms of, because I would think we would still somehow find the resources to pursue, particularly ones that affect the basic rights of an observer to work in safe conditions and not be subject to a hostile work environment.
Yes, so we did discuss this with upper management, and in the future, anything that is under that category of observer safety and work environment will not be closed as lack of resources. Lack of resources indicates that we don't have sufficient number of agents and officers to do those investigations. I did look at those particular cases, and they do seem to be in the realm that might have been more appropriately closed as no violation, just specific to the elements that were presented.
Thanks very much for that, and I appreciate your ongoing support and diligence at making sure the working conditions for our observers are as good as possible.
Thank you.
Even Ms. Kimball? Thank you. Thank you, Special Agent Smith. Just a quick question on the new, maybe it's on both of these slides, the previous one and this one, in the new database. When we see these data, will we still be able, especially comparing year to year, to see the level of number of statements associated with a particular number of trips or number of vessels? Will we still be able to see kind of the unique number of trips that those are associated with? And I think it's important because we can have several statements associated with the same trip or the same vessel, indicating a problem with that particular trip, but really not 115 vessels or 115 trips.
I think next year, when we have another year to compare to, we'll be able to look at our numbers and see if we can provide a different table or graph that will be more reflective of what we're seeing out there. But with 1 year, we're kind of just testing out the data and how to best analyze it to provide a report that's meaningful. I also want to highlight that, again, in 2024, we did our annual observer operation. We do this in February in Dutch Harbor because February just coincides when most of our catcher processors are beginning to do their first few deliveries of the season. It's a great opportunity for us to interact with industry during the very beginning of the season, to discuss any potential violations, and then to try to resolve anything that happened during the prior season. We try to aim for like the B season of the previous year. During this, we are now actively collaborating with Workplace Violence Prevention and Response. They have an advocate who is actually a NOAA employee who goes out there, is able to provide training and outreach to our industry members, and then also talk to observers. We also work with observer program staff and then the Alaska State Trooper. And then we do focus on any of our investigations that are pertaining to the safety of our observers. We also want to highlight some of our higher rates, or I wouldn't say this one is a particularly high rate if you look at it on paper. However, since it does relate to sexual harassment of observers, it's important for us to note it because anything that's above 0 is significant. So while technically, if you look at the number, it looks like it's low, it's 0.52% of the days. You have to remember that if an observer experiences some sort of unwanted advance, unwanted touching, even though it might have occurred in one single incident, it might affect them for the entirety of their contract and then the entirety of the year or in the entirety of their life. The next highest rate that we wanted to highlight is regarding gear and equipment. Specifically, nearly 2% of all observed trips or 1% of observer deployment days had a potential violation reported for their observer sampling station, meaning that observer sampling station was not to the specifications of the regulations. Some other notable rates would be under the operational requirements category, where nearly 12.9% of offloads had a potential violation reported on that CMCP subcategory. Additional high rates were reported under the marine mammal subcategory at 3.6%, and then we also had some general reporting requirements. For our final slide, I wanted to discuss some observer provider requirements. Previously, the requirement for observer providers was that they had to develop, plan, and maintain a code of conduct policy regarding observers' use of drugs and alcohol and sexual relations with crew. Throughout the years, OLE has received complaints from the fishing industry regarding the observers' behavior in these categories. Now, the change of the regulation requires them not only to plan, develop, and maintain, but they also have to enforce their code of conduct policy, and then they would have to explain to the observer program how they resolve that behavior that was reported to them. Yes.
Looks like we might have a couple questions for you, Mr. Williams, and then Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize, I wasn't quite quick enough on the previous slide where you were talking about the notable rates for other statements. And you indicate here there was a high rate reported on marine mammal subcategory. Can you characterize what some of those kind of reports are, just so I get a sense of what we're talking about there?
Yes, through the chair. So the observers will report any interaction that they see with marine mammals, so they just might see them in a distance. It doesn't necessarily indicate that a violation occurred. They're just reporting that they're seeing it. However, if we do get an actual report, it might be related to some sort of take, which might be feeding, attempted feeding, someone chasing it, someone shooting at it.
Thank you. So that doesn't necessarily mean that there was, as you said, a violation. So that could have just been an observation.
It's through the chair. 3.6% is the percent that observers thought a potential take or violation occurred out of all of the observations of marine mammals.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was on yes, that one. What outreach is happening with the fleet? I don't recall seeing anything, and having been involved with the Observer Program for a long, long time, I've seen a lot of these things coming through over time, and it would be great if we had something to point to for the fleet. So if something's already happened and I missed it, I apologize, but otherwise, if you could let me know what outreach has happened.
Through the chair, the outreach that we provide is voluntary training. So we have a training from the Office of Law Enforcement called Ensuring a Safe Work Environment for Observers. Companies who are interested in that training can reach out to me directly and request it. I provided, I believe, 4 of these trainings in 2024, and they were all virtual. And then Lori Newell with the Office of Workplace Violence Prevention and Response also will take requests from industry. I don't have the numbers that she did, but I do know she did multiple trainings in 2024 also.
Yes, and Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Special Agent Smith, for your presentation. I appreciated that question. I guess my question is on this slide you were on with Ms. Vanderhoven's question in terms of, let's look at what you're reporting here, the sexual harassment reports 8 times greater on partial coverage CV trips than for catcher, processor, mothership. And I'm gathering from your presentation that this is kind of the first year of this level of data. And so will this type of information then, will you be able to use this then possibly in your 2026 annual A-Season Observer operation to sort of proportionally focus on maybe some of the challenges you're seeing along the lines of Ms. Vanderhoven's question?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. So when we do our operation out in Dutch Harbor, it's really focused on some of the catcher processors and the motherships. The outreach that we would need to do to address what's happening on that partial coverage fleet wouldn't be covered during that operation. So we would need to, within OLE, we're trying to develop some new outreach material to reach out to the smaller vessels that might not be covered in that Dutch Harbor operation. And to finish up, I wanted to say that OLE does encourage industry members to report potential issues that you have with observers early on, rather than when Office of Law Enforcement is conducting boardings to do their investigations. You can talk to us directly. You can reach out to the observer providers and to the observer program. If you don't know exactly who to talk to, just reach out to all of us because we do think it's important to collaborate and work together.
Thank you for the presentation, Special Agent Smith.
Thank you.
Not seeing any further questions. Thanks.
Yes, so again, for the record, this is Jason Janot with the FMA at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, and I'll be presenting the NMFS recommendations. Before I get into the recommendations in too much detail, I just wanted to point out that the recommendations are very much status quo, and that's for two reasons. One, as Dr. Foy had pointed out in his B4 report, staffing and resources at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center have been extremely challenging as of late, even more challenging than they have been in the past, and the expectation is they may become more challenging in the future. So we're trying to make sure that we can maintain our work at a high level. The second point I wanted to make is one that Mr. Mayhew had mentioned early on, that we are planning for a CIE review in Q2 of 2026. The CIE review will review the proximity allocation method and evaluation. And we didn't want to make any changes to the deployment design until we got some feedback from those external experts. And so we'll have 2 years of data. We'll have 2024 and 2025's worth of data to present to the CIE and bring that report to you all here for your review as well. So with that, here are NMFS's recommendations for the 2026 draft annual deployment plan. The first one is to continue the proximity allocation method for the partial coverage strata, except for trawl EM. For the trawl EM strata in the BSAI, all offloads from trawl EM trips are to be sampled for salmon, halibut, and biological data. In the GOA, NMFS recommends maintaining the sampling rate where all EM deliveries are monitored for salmon and halibut PSC, and then 33% of those offloads are sampled shoreside by fisheries observers for biological data. We're also recommending to maintain current stratification based on the monitoring method, whether it's the observer, an EM fixed gear, or EM trawl, and fishery management plan, the BSAI, and the GOA, and fixed gear types gear types where fixed gear is both pot and hook and line together, and then trawl gear is separate. And so that would give us the same stratification that we've had in 2025. 4 observed strata, 2 fixed gear strata, 1 in the GOA and 1 in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands, and 2 observed trawl gear strata, 1 in the GOA and 1 in the BSAI. And then 3 EM strata, EM fixed gear trips in the GOA, EM fixed gear trips in the BSAI, and the EM trawl gear deliveries in the GOA. And then, of course, we have our zero coverage selection pool. These are vessels under 40 feet. And I'll just remind the council that in 2015, in the draft ADP, we presented an analysis of the zero coverage fleet. And we feel that the zero coverage selection category is maximizing cost efficiencies and minimizing data in the way it's currently structured. Next slide. For EM video review, we're recommending that NMFS continue to collaborate with Pacific states to monitor video review progress and enable a review strategy that will result in EM video review times, resulting in the most useful information for the most number of trips for a given cost. Furthermore, NMFS will continue to collaborate with PAC states to develop specific prioritization rules that can be used to allocate review effort to the fisheries, gear types, times, and areas that are most dependent on EM data for management needs. For the fixed gear EM, we will We are recommending maintaining an EM selection pool composed of up to 178 fixed gear vessels, which would maintain the size of the EM pool from 2025. We are recommending to prioritize placement in the EM selection pool based on vessel size, fishing effort, minimizing data gaps, and cost efficiency. And we're recommending that NIMS maintain the option that when vessel operators have repeated problems that cause data loss, we may disapprove vessel monitoring plans and the vessel may be removed from the EM pool. Next slide. For EM development, we're recommending to continue to collaborate with industry partners on EM development and cost efficiency projects, and working with the FMAC and the FMAC to develop priorities and potential grant proposals to the NIFWIF. Finally, we'd just like to take this opportunity to thank the Alaska Fishery and Science Center, the Alaska Regional Office, and the PAC State staff who've worked on the 2024 annual report and the 2025 annual deployment plan. It was a challenging year to put this together because of everything else that was going on. So they really did an excellent job, I feel like. We also want to especially thank observers, the observer providers, captains, crew members, EM providers, video reviewers, and agency staff who all contribute to make fishery-dependent data collection possible in Alaska. With that, we'll take any further questions.
Thank you very much for the report, Dr. Janot, and looks like we have at least one question. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Dr. Janot. My question was back on the slide about the NIMS recommendations for fixed gear EM, slide 37. And just a question on whether NIMS has disapproved any VMPs and removed the vessel from the EM pool due to repeated problems. Has that occurred at all?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. NIMS has not disapproved any vessels in the EM fixed gear stratum, and the reason is we've encouraged vessels to opt out themselves.
Thank you for that. And I guess along those same lines, does NIMS have any ability under the regulations to remove a vessel from the EM pool if they're just not fishing, like they're carrying that hardware, but they're not using it, and that we could free it up and put it on another vessel that is fishing? Does NIMS have that capability?
I may have to ask help from Ms. Thompson on the answer to this question, because I'm not sure I know specifically whether that's true or not.
Okay.
If Ms. Thompson's available.
Yeah, this is Lisa Thompson responding to that question. No, we do not have that ability. Once they opt in, our only option is to remove them if, as it said, if they are an operator with repeated problems causing data loss, or they have to remove themselves. Opt out.
Thank you. I have a couple unrelated questions, but I see Mr. Williams.
Thank you. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Janot and others for your very thorough presentation. I think this is the right place for my question. It's regarding some of the discussion you've heard with regard to the lead level 2 observer availability challenges. I think you possibly heard some of the discussion yesterday during the B reports, as well as the AP had a discussion about it. Regarding that challenge, I guess, if you will, that was described of qualifying lead level 2 observers, have you discussed internally any solutions, at least within the current regulatory framework, that you have to be able to address or solve some of those potential issues?
Yeah, this is Lisa Thompson. I can respond to that question. We realize there is an issue. We're not denying that. Yes, there have been conversations. One of the items that were brought up, I believe, by Mr. C, with the counting the plant processing observer days towards the calculating the lead level 2C days. With this new Trawl-EM program in place, we now do have plant observers collecting species comp data. And that actually would be a practical change because it falls underneath our preview within our regs. So that one is a possibility, and we were in discussions. Well, Jennifer Fernand was in discussions with the Alaska region. And then when she took the new position and we lost all this staff, those conversations just halted. But it is something that we can resume.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball, did you have additional questions?
I did. And it could be at a later time, but the FMAC also received a presentation, or part of this presentation included the financial situation that's included in the annual report. And Lisa, Ms. Thompson, I wondered if you could provide a little bit of background on where we are in terms of receiving funds that industry has paid, but we have not yet received from the federal government to pay for observer days and partial coverage.
Yes, through the chair. Thanks, Ms. Kimball, for the question. I believe when Ms. Cleaver gives the FMAC report, I was going to touch on those additional items.
Thank you. That'll be great. And last question through the chair is, I did not hear when we expect the CIE review to be completed.
This is Jason Juneau. I can take that question. Thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. Yeah, we're expecting it to be completed similar timing to this report, actually, and we're hoping that we would have a report for you at the same time as this comes out, so the June council meeting of 2026. Although I don't want to set expectations too high, it could be as late as the October meeting of 2026.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you again for the report and your work on the analysis. So I think we're ready to move back to Ms. Cleaver.
Madam Chair, thank you. For the record, this is Sarah Cleaver, council staff. I'll just be providing the report from our recent Fishery Monitoring Advisory Committee meeting. And the purpose of this meeting, just get these slides moving. There we go. The purpose of the meeting was for the committee to receive this same presentation on the annual report, as well as to receive some additional monitoring related updates from NIMS and from committee members or members of the public as well. So I'll just provide a high level overview of the committee's recommendations and both on the annual report and some of the discussion and recommendations on some of these other items. And there are further details in the written report that's attached to your e-agenda as well. First, I'll just note that we do have one new member on the FMAC, and that is Jack Myers. He is the observer representative, so we were happy to have him join us at this meeting. And this slide just lists the rest of our current committee membership. As far as the committee's recommendations on the annual report, first, the FMAC, as Ms. Kimball and Mr. Mayhew kind of described during the presentation, the FMAC recognized that the new design of the new deployment design performed well, and it spread samples both across space and time. It minimized data gaps, and the coverage rates were consistent with the expected values in 6 of the 7 partial coverage strata that are subject to monitoring. And this really indicates that the deployment of monitoring as intended by the ADP for this year was largely successful. And I think that's really worth highlighting due to the work that was put into developing that new design, as well as the provided opportunities for input by the FMAC and by the council. So I wanted the committee to acknowledge that. And as far as other recommendations, the committee supported the NIMS recommendations across the board, including continuation of the proximity allocation method and the strata that were used in 2024 and this year, recommending those for the 2026 ADP. And the specifics of those were just provided in Dr. Janot's slides. The committee appreciated the prioritization and timeliness of the 2025 EM video review by PAC states, including the additional staff capacity to continue that review. And the committee noted the improvements in the fixed gear EM video image quality, with the amount of usable video, as you saw, continuing to increase. And that really reflects the effectiveness of outreach from NIMS and PAC states and the feedback that is occurring with those vessels that are using EM. Starting in 2025, NIMS added that feature that allows the odds users to see whether there are image quality issues from their previous trips when they log a trip into odds. And the committee highlighted that there is a continued need for, and as well as the importance of outreach from the committee members and industry representatives that attend those meetings and these meetings, to provide some outreach to their respective fleets to be aware of that feature and to check odds to see if there was anything on their prior trip flagged for video review. The committee also encouraged industry representatives to continue to remind associations of the opt-in, opt-out deadline of November 1st every year, and that if a vessel is not going to fish in the following year, they should opt out of EM and allow the use of that equipment on another vessel. At the committee level, we do dig into monitoring topics a bit more than we do here at the council. So while this wasn't provided as part of your annual report presentation, Ms. Thompson indicated with Ms. Kimball that Ms. Thompson provided these additional updates during the committee meeting, and if there are some follow-up questions on the specifics of these items, Ms. Thompson is available to try to address those. And so first, with regard to budget and what the FMAC heard about, NIMS had not received the funds from the last several years of the sequestered observer fees. And at the time of the FMAC meeting, these sequestered funds that hadn't been received resulted in over $1.1 million in fee revenue. FMA needs to receive those funds by the end of June in order for them to be applied to the next contract. And these funds do directly affect coverage rates. I'll note that the council has previously expressed concern about that process and written letters to the OMB and the Treasury. And so if there are questions on that budget, I'll just pause and see if there's any follow-up there.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, and appreciate you bringing that up again. And there, in the FMAC report in section 3, there's a table that shows the funding that we are still waiting on. My understanding is that may need some updating, but we're still lacking maybe close to $1 million in fee revenue. So, Ms. Thompson, did you have any updates on that table in terms of expected funding that should be available for partial coverage?
Yes, through the chair. Thanks, Ms. Kimball. I do have good news. We did get more funding. I did receive all of our 2024 expected fees that are listed in this report, in addition to the 2022 sequestered fees. So that was 178,000 and some change. And part of the 2023 sequestered observer fee, which was $225,378. I'm still waiting on 56,000 of that. And in the 2024 fees, the new financial system lacks detail. So we are making the assumption that they took out sequestration fees. And with the previous year's percentages, we estimated that at about 199,000, which we are still waiting on. And then we're struggling with a deobligation from the past contract, which it's expired September 30th of 2024. And what was left on that was little amounts from each of the 5 option years that was sitting in the travel. Travel is paid out at cost on that contract. And I had small amounts, which totaled about $500,000, 544,000 to be exact. That is sitting on the old contract, the Office Acquisition Grants Office, AGO. They have closed out the contract, but again, this new financial system it's stuck with an error, and it is a known error in the new financial system. And because it is stuck, we cannot get. So that is what I am waiting on. But what should be in Treasury waiting to come to us now only totals $255,000. That $500,000 is stuck in an error, so it will not be sitting at Treasury. Yeah, so that is my update as far as the budget.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. So when I added up those numbers, I got about 800,000 in fee revenue that's still owed to the program. But I guess I don't understand what we're doing about the deobligation fund or deobligated funds stuck in error.
I know.
What
Yes, thank you.
are we
Ms.
giving
Kellogg.
up on that $500,000 funds, or what
Oh.
could the council do to potentially shake that loose?
We are not giving up on those funds. I am following up. I've been following up regularly. It's been stuck for about a month right now. They have a process for this. My budget analyst is also following up on it, and our regional office budget person is also following up on it. Until it's released from that system, it will not be available at Treasury to be transferred to us. But I think at this point, we are doing everything we can with this new system to get that back. With all the fee money that I do have in hand, I will be able to fund the next version of the contract. But we are not giving up on that money at all. We will get it. It's just getting it out of this error.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Sakata, okay. Mr. Toy.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Thompson. I'm not sure if you're the right person for this question. I don't understand sequestration very well. But it's my understanding that sequestration is largely a policy choice by the executive branch, that it's not a congressional requirement. Is that right?
Through the chair, Mr. Twait, that is my understanding as well.
So, and this is the part that I'm really probably on thin grounds asking you, but do you know if this administration is intending to take a different policy approach to sequestration than previous administrations? Or do you know if this administration is even soliciting input on sequestration?
Through the chair, Mr. Twait, I have not been provided any of that information at all.
Thanks. And I do appreciate your diligence on trying to shake these things loose. And so,
Thank you. And Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, Ms. Thompson. When I first heard of the 1.1 million, I guess I had just mistakenly assumed that it was kind of last funds collected being the last fund transferred. But now that I've seen that it ranges through multiple years, is there anything, what causes that? Is there anything that's about these specific funds that there's some commonality, or is it just random that these levels of funds are just not being, that are being sequestered?
Through the chair, I think I understood. So your question, to the best of my ability to answer this, what was happening was every year, all of the fee money would arrive at Treasury, and they had a percentage, and we estimate it, around 5% was taken off the top. And they would hold it for 1 year. And when the following year's fee money came in, we would get all of the, the money, that following year's fee minus that year's sequestration plus the previous year's sequestered funds. It was consistent. It was happening every year until they introduced this new financial system. And this new financial system has hung up the entire process. There's the tracking ability that they have put in place has reduced our ability to be able to track it on an annual basis the way we had in the past. So so they introduced that new financial system in right when we should have been receiving the 2022 sequestered funds with the 23 fee. If that answers your question.
Yes, I think it does. So just to clarify, then the commonality between these numbers, that it's, for the most part, the 5% holdover funds?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Thompson, I'm just not good at tracking what portion of the partial coverage funds that we get from the federal government are actually the fees that were collected from fishermen to support the program, and what portion are funds that the federal government has added to supplement. So of the 500,000 that's stuck in the error code, do you have a sense of how much of that is fishermen's fees, that money that the fishermen actually paid for the program, and how much of it is federal funds?
Through the chair, thanks for that question. What I am reporting on is all fee money collected by the industry.
I'm sure you said that, and it probably went right over my head. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we're ready to continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Thompson. The committee at our FMAC meeting also heard about the impacts of reduced staff on monitoring. This includes things like observer debriefing time, particularly in Anchorage, the availability of gear that's needed for monitoring, as well as support for systems such as odds and the Atlas Observer software. Overall, the development of new programs is being constrained, and timelines for agency assistance are extended. And so the agency at our meeting encouraged the industry to try to be as proactive as possible. So prior to a trip, if able, when alerting them of any issues, as it is likely that it will take longer for the agency to try to address those issues. The committee also heard about the final rule on confidentiality that the council has discussed previously. That went into effect in January. There was an advisory team that was formed to try to address some of the high priority issues that are related to the interpretation of the rule across observer programs across the country. But that advisory team is currently on hold due to staffing and contract issues. The regional office, however, is putting together a confidentiality handbook to try to articulate how the confidential data in our region should be treated in order to avoid risks to our data sharing agreements with the state of Alaska and IPHC. The committee also heard about some changes to observer data collection in 2025. This includes some image storage and transmission changes to the Atlas Observer software, and that will essentially help assist observers in some of the species identification issues that they have in season. Mr. Josh Keaton and Mr. Joel Kraske from the Alaska Regional Office and Ms. Chelsea Raydell from Alaska Groundfish Data Bank provided an update on the pilot phase and the next steps for implementing EM in the Central Gulf rockfish fishery, the rockfish program. And this year, the project includes 6 vessels which are delivering to multiple plants, and they're using both EM service providers. Within this project, certified observers will be collecting data to try to better understand the issues that might be specific to shoreside rockfish deliveries in contrast to some of the issues that arose during the pelagic trawl EM EFP. So trying to understand the differences and the different issues there, and then solutions to those issues as well. Mr. Kraske presented drafts at the committee meeting of 4 potential approaches to develop EM in the rockfish program, and those are posted on the committee's e-agenda. They are very draft approaches, but the agency expects that there will be an EFP application for this project related to these efforts later this year to try to explore either one or several of those approaches. The committee also had some comments from observer providers, a member of the industry, and a member of the public that spoke to the ongoing issue that you heard about yesterday of the reduced pool of lead level observers, including lead level 2 observers. And as discussed previously by the committee in prior meetings, this issue is likely due to a combination of factors, particularly the loss of available training platforms, as you heard yesterday, for the lead level 2. So there's fewer vessels and trips on which those observers can be certified at that level, but could also be in part due to the movement of vessels to electronic monitoring, fewer fishing trips due to the reduced markets and issues there, as well as labor pool shortages. The committee at our meeting discussed some of the potential paths forward, such as using Hake hauls in the Pacific to count towards the sampling requirements for lead level 2 certifications. And Mr. Williams provided some questions about this earlier, and you heard about this yesterday in your B2 public comment. Lastly, the next monitoring committee meetings are typically scheduled in September, and the FMAC suggested a potentially very short meeting if needed to discuss the NIFWIF proposals for EM projects. So we would expect that while we haven't scheduled that meeting yet, that it could be scheduled in conjunction potentially with the PCFMAC meeting. So at the PCFMAC meeting in the fall, the committee typically meets to review the draft ADP for the following year and make recommendations on that. So we will be working on scheduling those 2 upcoming meetings. And that's what I have for the FMAC report.
Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. Any final questions on the FMAC report? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been struggling to find the right place for this question, but I think this might be my last opportunity because it's not really related. It's more related to the annual report agenda item, but hopefully we still have Ms. Thompson online. I appreciated, all right, so a little preface to the question. I'm just tracking this Observer Program annual report since about 2013. I'm just struck by the evolution of the program and the reporting out of program performance over time, and the contrast of what this agenda item used to look like in front of the council versus what it does now. And that is a testament in my view to the really outstanding work from the Observer Program analysts and NIMS, other NIMS staff and our council staff on developing the annual report, working with the FMAC, the committed members of the FMAC to really, it's such a high functioning committee, and really doing a detailed review of that annual report that essentially results in really fairly limited questions among the council members, because the issues of the year, if you will, have sort of been vetted through the FMAC and then through the advisory panel. And I'm just really, I wanted to acknowledge and just appreciate that evolution and the current process that we have. And so my question is, being very cognizant of Dr. Foy's presentation yesterday, it also sounds like recent staff reductions and capacity limitations were discussed at the FMAC. And so I appreciated that discussion in the report there. I guess I'm wondering, and I don't know, I guess my question, sorry, that was a long intro. It's probably more appropriate for Ms. Thompson, is would it be helpful in terms of addressing your capacity limitations and how to best use your resources in an uncertain environment going forward? I understand, and I think the council understands, what a huge workload and obligation providing this report is on an annual basis. We've heard many times, and I want to reiterate for the public, we are the only region that does any type of report on its observer program. So I just want to pause there for a moment and highlight that. So in terms of workload, although we greatly appreciate the value and understand the importance of getting this information and vetting it through the council process, could there be a potential benefit to think about maybe a less frequent detailed annual report and just maybe work on a brief update annually, and then maybe do a more detailed report every other year, every 3 years, just putting that forward maybe for considerations. I think Ms. Thompson mentioned that within FMA you're having to think about, you're being forced to think about capacity limitations. And I guess just from a council perspective, I'm putting that out there. It's before a public comment, so I was just thinking these things as we went through the annual report, and I guess I'm just putting that out there is to try and be responsive to the challenges that we're facing. That mostly it was just to express appreciation for this report, the FMAC's review of the report, all the participants in the process, and I'm just wondering how we can, as a council process, evolve the way the program has. Thank you, Madam Chair. That was my question for Ms. Thompson. Could that be helpful, or is that something you can think about?
Yes, through the chair, this is Jason Janot. I think Lisa would like me to address this question, if that's okay. Thanks for the question, and thanks for the appreciation. And just to add on to the appreciation, which I didn't say earlier, thanks to council staff and Sarah Cleaver, because she's also helped considerably, at least help me understand this process a lot better. But in terms of the annual report, I think that you have hit on a very good point, and one that we have considered significantly here. And we've been thinking about this for a while. we think that it would be a good idea to move the annual report to reporting to the council every other year. And then in the off years, we could just provide maybe a short written summary that the council could review or something to that effect. So we have been starting to think about what that might look like, but I really appreciate you bringing it up now. And I do think that that would be more effective for the council's time as well, not just for NMS's time. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions at this point. Oh, take that back, Mr. Twite.
Sorry, thanks, Madam Chair. I'm a little slow on the draw. Dr. Gino, I'm wondering about your thoughts about going to a biennial in terms of we're kind of, if I understand correctly, the stratification approach that we're taking right now is sort of initially thought of as kind of a let's do this for 3 years and then assess it at that point to see if it's, I mean, certainly the first year looks good, but we were going to give it 3 years. So if we were to do a biennial, how would that line up with this concept of a initial 3-year evaluation of the stratification, which strikes me as one of the fundamental kind of aspects of the partial coverage part of the program right now?
Yes, thanks. Thank you for the question, Mr. Tway, through the chair. Yeah, that's something that we've been considering. And I think the way we have been thinking about it at NIMS, certainly we're welcome to input from you all. But the way we have been thinking about it is that we would get 2 years of data. We'd only have 2 years of data for the CIE review, even though we're recommending a 3rd year of the same deployment in 2026. That's simply because we haven't been able to get that CIE review in place. So for the CIE review, we'd have 2 years of data. We'd bring that as a report in 2026 to the council, certainly do our annual report at our normal time in 2026, hopefully with at least an update on what the CIE review, maybe a preview if it's not completed by then, hopefully it would be. And then in 2027, if council agreed, we would just provide maybe a short written summary and not present it to council. And then again, in 2028, come back with a full report. Does that answer your question, Mr. Twain?
Very thoroughly. And I hadn't thought about the CIE review, but it does make sense to tie that in too, in terms of your thoughts about timing. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. And thank you to all the presenters. I think this is a good point to take our mid-morning break. We do have pictures. So please, council members, Serena, are we going? Okay. Okay. So if we could go out there momentarily, and then we'll come back at 10:30 and take up our SSC report on C1. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. So we're ready to move on to our SSC report for C1. Any members of the public wishing to testify on C1, please do sign up before the end of the AP report, which will follow the SSC report. Thank you.
Good morning, council members. For the record, I'm Ian Stewart. I have with me Doctors Sherry Dressel and Jason Gasper, co-chairs of the SSC. We'll be presenting a brief summary this morning of our review of the Observer report, and we'll be returning tomorrow with the balance of our SSC report on other topics. So this will be fairly brief this morning. Okay. As you've heard from the previous presentations, the North Pacific Observer Program is the largest in the nation, and the SSC recognizes the scope and magnitude of this program. The SSC appreciates the outstanding and sustained efforts of the observers collecting these data, the reviewers, and all of the analytical and program staff that provide the report to us each time we see it. And the SSC highlights, as we have in the past, that the program and its data products are essential for sustainable fisheries management in Alaska. We emphasize that adequate funding for the Observer program is critical to the ongoing success of in-season management, stock assessment, and the specification setting process. Our report this year focused on two sections in the Observer report. Chapter 3, the Partial Coverage Performance Review, and Chapter 6, the NMFS Recommendations. We last reviewed the partial coverage performance information in 2019, so it had been several years. And although we received a report 2 years ago on the deployment plan, we deferred extensive review of that until we had a year of data in order to be able to see how it was actually functioning. So with regard to the partial coverage performance review, we found that the annual report was well organized and clearly written, and we much appreciated the response to many of the SSC's previous comments on this section of the report. In general, we find that the program is meeting its anticipated goals. For monitored versus unmonitored trips, we find that many of the metrics had improved from previous reports and when we've seen them in the past. There seemed to be fewer deviations from what was expected in the sampling program and what was expected in the data that was collected. As you've heard, there were certainly still some exceptions to this. We supported, really without much discussion, all of the NMFS recommendations for the 2026 annual deployment plan. We saw nothing there that stood out. We did have some recommendations, though. We recommended that the analysts work with stock assessment authors to characterize and report EM-related changes in data quantity and quality of the biological data and catch metrics used in for stock assessments, bycatch, and PSC estimation. We requested, you'll note in the report that there are many different tables providing performance metrics, and some of these have summaries within the table. We requested a simple written synopsis, perhaps with a table or figure, summarizing these performance metrics and whether they were met or not. So pulling metrics from each of those tables into one place, just so that we could find all the results together. For those places where the ADP objectives were not being achieved, the SSC requested that not only are those flagged, as they have been by the analysts in the past, but they be assigned a level of priority so that we could more easily identify for the places where expectations were not being met, which are the ones we should focus on, which are the priority areas that could have potential concern. The SSC recommends that the observer effects analysis, the metrics of monitored versus unmonitored trips and those comparisons, be expanded to include several additional metrics. And these would include depth of monitored and unmonitored trips, catch rates of species of concern, perhaps PSC or Tier 6 stocks. So this would be in addition to the metrics that are already provided in the document. And I'll note that those metrics are already a very thorough response to previous SSC comments in earlier reviews over the years. The SSC, in looking at the performance review, our additional specific recommendation was that the analysts consider how to selectively review EM data to prevent outsized impacts to a single stratum. As we saw in this past year, there was a shortfall, and it appeared that much of the unreviewed EM data fell in a single gear stratum. And we would suggest that rather than have that occur again, that the analysts consider how to plan for that and spread those effects across other strata rather than having it isolated to a single stratum. Perhaps this won't be an issue again, but we did suggest some planning on that front. Finally, the SSC noted that with the upcoming CIE review planned for 2026, there were several avenues that we would recommend be included in the terms of reference for the CIE. And the three of these were, first, the technical details of the current proximity allocation method. Although we didn't identify any specific issues with the proximity allocation method, there are some choices in there, such as the 200-kilometer and 1 week criteria that create the cells over which the method is applied. And we would ask that the CIE consider those and potentially alternatives in their review of the program. Next, we noted that there was a fairly extensive proposal provided in Appendix A for detection of observer effects from analysis of the catch. And we note that this is in response to requests from the SSC to look at other ways to examine the data for observer effects. And so we support this, and we would ask that the CIE consider that in their review as well, those methods. And we look forward to the results of that application in the future. And finally, we would ask that the CIE consider, at least in a general sense, whether the current deployment is sufficient to provide the necessary analytical products, and particularly the biological data, to inform stock assessments and bycatch evaluation. So this is really an effort to have the program focus a bit more on outputs rather than inputs as it moves forward. And I think that concludes our comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the report, Dr. Stewart. See if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. On the last slide in the SSC's recommendation about considering how to selectively review EM data if there is a shortfall or resource limitations to do all the data in the time that we would like. And I think what the agency has said to us and the FMAC was supporting was this use of a prioritization tool so that we look at a bunch of different things, but basically some rules to allocate your review effort across fisheries, gear types, times, and area, and basically focus that on those that are most dependent on EM data for actual management. And so I didn't know if your review or your recommendation was supportive of that approach or inconsistent with that recommendation. It sounds a little bit different than just spreading it out across all fleets. And I think in the fleet that you're talking about, it had a very high expected coverage rate, 72%, and I think they got 50%, so very high for partial coverage. But I'm trying to understand if that's a different recommendation than what we've been thinking about.
Through the chair, I don't recall that we got into that level of detail with this recommendation. Maybe one of my co-chairs could correct me there, but I don't think that response would be inconsistent with what we were asking for.
Thank you. And I don't know if this is appropriate for the SSC, but I realize now I'm not sure what the CIE was intended to cover, if it's just covering the partial coverage deployment scheme and strata that we use, or if it's also covering our entire monitoring, including full coverage. I'm thinking about your last bullet there, and whether that's a recommendation that's really just focused on partial coverage versus our entire monitoring program, the majority of which is full coverage. And maybe that's a question for the observer program. So totally fine if that's not answerable right now.
Through the chair, I don't know that we were given much guidance on exactly what would be covered by the CIE. This was more recommendations just came from the SSC.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite?
Thanks. Was there anything in the SSC's discussion that would give us any, give the council any pause about beginning to consider maybe a different schedule for the in-depth annual reports? You probably heard the bit of our sort of freewheeling discussion about whether maybe we could go to 2 years for the really in-depth. Were there any elements of the SSC's discussion that you would sort of bring forward relative to that at this point?
We didn't discuss timing of the review. I would note that it's been somewhat irregular in the last 6 to 7 years, where previously I think we were seeing it nearly on an annual basis prior to 2019. So I don't think we flagged anything pro or con on that topic.
Through the chair, same thing, I don't recall us talking about timing. I do remember in past minutes, so as we were dealing with SSC timing and how often do we see the program review, I'm pretty sure we had in some earlier minutes that if we weren't going to see this on an annual basis, that we prioritize SSC review for when there were big changes. So that seems to kind of go along with your question, even though we didn't discuss it at this meeting.
Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Stewart, for the presentation. My question's on the previous slide where the SSC's recommending, oops, mine just went blank, characterize the EM data quantity and quality metrics, particularly for bycatch and PSC estimation, your first bullet there. And I'm wondering if you can give a little more flavor of the SSC's discussion around that.
I think our discussion, sorry, through the chair, Ms. Goen, I think our discussion was really reflecting that we have seen we have seen over the last 6 or 8 years, we've seen the increase in use of EM. And I think we're still trying to better understand what the potential implications are of that on the various data streams. We also note that there appears to be little input in the current reporting format directly from assessment authors. And I think our bigger intent with this is to encourage the analysts to be working directly with assessment authors to understand whether or not their needs, it may be difficult for their needs to determine whether their needs are being met necessarily, but at least to understand whether the data products are getting to them and if those are going to be changing over time. I don't know if there's anything you'd like to add.
I don't have much to add to that. I know that we have over time, obviously one of the things, or the two of the things that I can think of biologically that you lose with the EM data is sometimes it's species identification. So what type, is it a snow crab or a tanner crab? And then the other piece that you tend to lose is biological samples, and those are critical for our stock assessments. And so I think that it's mostly trying to get a sense, depending on what how much coverage there is for a certain fleet or gear group of EM versus observer. We don't have a real sense of how that's affecting stock assessments, although we know that it will. And so I know that in the past we've had in our minutes encouraging staff to work with stock assessment authors. And I think that behind the scenes, there's been different levels and types of interaction. And I guess this is just expressing or continuing with our recognition that we've never to my knowledge, I think that in the past, one of the things that we've asked for, like say with a 30% coverage of EM, was to look at why is that percentage used and is that sort of sufficient in all of its ways, which could include cost, biological samples, everything else. And I think that this was just highlighting that we're hoping that that can be tracked. And if there's any way to give a sense and ensure that the information is sufficient for stock assessment and that there's interaction with the authors who may know best how many biological samples they need for their type of analysis. I think that's what we were encouraging.
Thank you very much for the report. Appreciate your time, and we'll see you in the morning. Okay, we'll be taking our AP report and then going right into public testimony after the AP report.
Good morning, members of the council. For the record, my name is Chelsea Riddell, and I'm the co-vice chair of the advisory panel. I have two motions for you today, so I will pause after the first and take questions. The first motion reads, the AP acknowledges the receipt of the 2025 Observer Program Annual Report and appreciates the work that went into it. The AP supports the following recommendations from NIMS and/or the FMAC. 1. Deployment design, continue proximity allocation method and the strata used in the 2024-2025 annual deployment plan for the 2026 ADP, making no significant changes for the 2026 ADP. 2. EM video review, collaborate with PSMFC to monitor video review progress and enable a review strategy that will result in EM video review times that result in the most useful information for the most number of trips for a given cost. 2. Collaborate with PSMFC to develop specific prioritization rules that can be used to allocate review effort to the fisheries, gear types, times, and areas that are the most dependent on EM data for management needs. 3. Fixed gear EM. Maintain an EM selection pool composed of up to 178 fixed gear vessels, which would maintain the size of the EM pool from 2025. 2. Prioritize placement in the EM selection pool based on vessel size, fishing effort, minimizing data gaps, and cost efficiency. For vessel operators with repeated problems causing data loss, NIMS may disapprove vessel monitoring plans and the vessel may be removed from the EM pool. EM development, continue to collaborate with industry partners on EM development and cost efficiency projects, work with FMAC and PCFMAC to develop priorities and potential grant proposals to the NIFWIF 2025 annual report. Begin reporting EM data review issues annually for trawl EM, similar to the fixed gear EM data in Table 4-5 and Figures 4-1 through 4. And that motion passed 19-0. And with that, I can take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Riddell. Are there any questions on the first motion? Seeing none, please continue.
Motion number 2. The AP recommends that the council determine how best to initiate a regulatory amendment package, either as part of a larger package in support of EO 14276, Restoring American Seafood Competitiveness, or as a standalone package to address observer availability issues. The following regulatory changes should be included. 1. Modify the endorsement criteria at 679.53A54 to allow hulls sampled in the at-sea hake observer program, ASHOP, count towards the minimum sampled hull requirement of a LEED Level 2 certification in Alaska. 2. Modify the endorsement criteria at 679.53A54 to allow sampled shoreside plant offloads to meet the minimum sampled hull requirement of a LEED Level 2 certification. 3. Modify the minimum sampled haul requirement to obtain lead level 2 certification on trawl vessels to 60 sampled hauls rather than 100 sampled hauls. 4, grant the observer program the authority to waive fixed gear lead level 2 requirement when no fixed gear lead level 2 observers are reasonably available. 5, consider regulatory measures to facilitate adoption of EM on the hook and line catcher processor fleet. 6, consider revisions to the zero selection pool, currently under 40-foot fixed gear catcher vessels and jig gear, for cost efficiency purposes to potentially include fixed gear catcher vessels with 1 to 2 annual trips, low quota catch volume, and potentially expanding to vessels of larger size range. The AP also recommends that the Council consider recommending that the Observer Program implement the following non-regulatory policy changes. Revert to the pre-2013 interpretation of the existing regulation at 679.53A54 to allow for ASHOP sampled hauls to count towards the minimum sampled haul requirement of a lead level 2 in Alaska until a regulatory change can be codified. 9, transition debriefing protocols to focus primarily on remote debriefings rather than in-person debriefing, with the acknowledgement that the Observer Program could still require in-person debriefing for a deployment with significant data quality issues. 10, incorporate long line lead instruction in all one-day briefings while eliminating the current requirement that observers attend a separate 2-day long line lead level 2 training class. The main motion passed as amended 18-1. And with that, I can take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Riddell. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Riddell. My question is on the previous slide, number 4, the waiver for fixed gear lead level 2 availability. We've heard concerns about some of the same issues in trawl, and so I didn't see anything in the rationale. I was curious if there was discussion about why this just identified fixed gear and didn't include trawl gear lead level 2.
Thank you for the excellent question. There was no discussion at the AP, and the AP only heard public testimony from fixed gear. So that is why that one was included, but it wasn't necessarily excluded.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, Ms. Riddell. And my question's on number 5. Consider regulatory measures to facilitate adoption of EM on the hook and line freezer longliners. And I guess I just wanted to know what the discussion at the AP was about that, what they meant by regulatory measures. I think you probably know typically when we try to move into an EM program for a fleet or sector, we go through a process of an EFP, we test things out, we see if the data is meeting the needs of the agency and work with the agency on that before we try to move to regulations. So I didn't know if the AP actually was considering certain options for this or just wanted to flag it for the council as something they're interested in.
Yes, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. The rationale for that was the AP heard in public testimony from the longline CPs that they were planning to, they have been piloting some methods, and they were intending to potentially apply for an EFP as soon as next year. And so the AP also noted that, and I believe you received this presentation yesterday under the B reports, that the region had recommended potentially some streamlining of electronic monitoring regulations. So this was more of a broad level signal that should the council be interested in considering longline CP as a potential direction that they wanted to move, and if there's going to be some regulatory work on streamlining or improving EM regulations, to begin setting placeholders for that, or making those changes, potentially incorporating. So additional regulatory revisions wouldn't be needed to be changed. It was agreed and discussed that there was not enough information to really decide how that program should look like or any specific options. It was more just an organizational signal.
Thank you. And then a quick one on number 6, the amendment to the motion. I guess the point is that APs would like to see revisions to the zero selection pool. That's not a regulation. That's just something we do in the annual deployment plan. So the point is not really what the vehicle is, right? But the AP is interested in that. It's not a regulation.
Yes, thank you. It wasn't specifically spoken to whether it needed a regulatory revision, and so it got included there as the amendment. But yes, the AP is interested in expanding the zero selection pool, primarily for cost efficiency and to address some of the other issues with vessels having very low volume and maybe only being selected once a year or not at all, and our challenges with reducing that pool while there's vessels that want to be included in that fixed gear EM pool.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Riddell. To your last point first, you were saying the AP is interested in expanding the zero selection pool, but I'm seeing some concerns expressed that about not having vessels that are currently in the zero selection pool, not considering adding those to the coverage pool. For instance, the bullet about vessels in other countries that are as small as 20 foot are 100% monitored with EM. So I'm struggling to reconcile that sentiment with this sense that overall the AP is interested in expanding the use of the zero selection pool.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Twait, for the question. So this point is is related to the no vote on the motion. So there were concerns expressed by one AP member, and then there was other concerns expressed by AP members that did vote for the motion. I think ideally everyone would like to have 100% monitoring in Alaska fisheries and move in that direction and not have a zero selection pool, was the discussion at the table. But also, given that we have constraints, that we are looking for efficiencies, that the partial coverage budget is a challenge, that perhaps this isn't the time to be expanding monitoring based on budgetary concerns and our challenges with the fixed gear EM pool. So it was overall, the AP wanted to move forward with at least signaling to the council that this could be analyzed as a way to solve other problems.
Yes, Mr. Twite.
And somewhat along those same lines, I note the point that at least some AP members were making that there's a sentiment that only vessels that are actually required to carry an observer should be paying the fee. And I'm wondering about the discussion around that. Was that discussion at the AP broad enough so that there was an understanding that at least the council's intent when they first established this was that all vessels that benefit from the collection of those data would actually contribute to paying the fee, whether or not they were actually being required to participate in collecting the data, that there's still a benefit through extrapolation. Did the discussion get to that point, or is that something maybe we need to revisit? Because that is one of the sort of foundational parts of the restructured program.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Twait, for the question. Yes, and that question actually came up to staff, and Ms. Lisa Thompson did answer and express that intent. And then the AP had further discussion regarding that there are ways that vessels in the zero selection pool still benefit, including discard estimates. And so there was a lot of discussion, and I think that's the AP also ended up voting down the amendment on number 7 to not revisit that because there was disagreement about whether that should be considered. And so that is also why the amendment originally asked for potentially a lower rate to be revisited as the industry is struggling with challenges.
Yes, Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the presentation through the chair. On number 6, it just seems to me that the selection occurs before a trip, and so if there was, let's just say that there was capped at 2 annual trips or any level of volume, was there any discussion surrounding what happens if all of a sudden they take a third trip or they lease in quota and there's a higher? Was there any discussion on how that might be handled?
Thank you through the chair, Mr. Sakata. I believe that it was alluded that this would be part of the annual opt-in process. There's discussion about how the zero selection pool is done on how vessels get into the zero selection pool is considered on an annual basis. So there was not discussion about it being a mid-year change, rather a shift that would signal that those vessels just are not in that pool for that year.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. Appreciate the AP report. So that brings us to public testimony. We have 2 members of the public signed up, beginning with Abby Turner-Frank, followed by Chelsea Riddell. And is Abby online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the council, for the opportunity to comment on this agenda item. My name is Abby Turner-Franke, representing North Pacific Fisheries Association out of Homer, Alaska. I serve on the Fishery Monitoring Advisory Committee and the Partial Coverage Subgroup of the FMAC, and many of our members participate in the Partial Coverage Observer Program with either human observers or electronic monitoring. First, I would like to praise the agency's move and efforts to address data gaps through the proximity allocation method and look forward to the CIE review of this method and hope that we will see positive impacts on stock assessment and ultimately sustainable fisheries management. I appreciate the current staff and resource issues and the discussion around ways to ease that burden. However, I have some hesitation around not receiving a full annual report until 2028, and it is unclear just how much of a change in the process this may be or how much information may be received on an annual basis. But let me just throw out 2 reasons that the idea of this raised a caution flag. While we may be the only council region that receives an annual report on our observer program, we are also the only council region that even partially self-funds through the observer fee collected from fishery participants. And thus fishermen themselves have great interest in how that program is performing. I have many fishermen who approach me with questions each year that have actually read the entire annual report and also tracked the annual deployment plan. The second reason is we are the relative gold standard in transparency to the public, and rolling back that transparency should be done with great caution. And I'm not saying that the region doesn't need to make changes, but I do think we need to keep in mind the great interest that the public has in the observer program. And that's it.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Turner-Franke. Let's see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Turner-Franke. And just on your last point, I think some of the discussion, which I think was we were trying to figure some things out, was considering an annual report that we would still get after the CIE review and then go into a schedule, or maybe it's every other year, so that I would assume we would still see one in 2026 and then maybe not again till 2028, depending. So I don't know, could you answer whether that allays some of your concerns? And I definitely take to heart the public interest in this. So I think it's more of a modified, shorter briefing every year with a longer report every other year.
Well, as you, through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kimball. As you just mentioned, it's kind of, this is an idea. It is very unclear how exactly it would take place at this time. I learned about it just listening this morning. So I don't know, but I would love to talk about what kind of information we would receive on an annual basis and hope that it's enough to at least have an idea for the public of what's going on, if that makes sense.
Quick follow-up through the chair. Do you think that might be a good discussion for the FMAC or the PCFMAC to talk about what the content might be?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I do think that that's probably that makes sense to do that through the FMAC. I just also, I mean, for the record, as a representative of stakeholders, I do have to to remind everyone of that public interest, and that's the purpose of these comments, and not necessarily to say we can't do this, but let's do it cautiously.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank
So
you.
next up is Chelsea Riddell.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, members of the council. My name is Chelsea Riddell. I'm the Assistant Director of Alaska Groundfish Data Bank. We represent the trawl catcher vessels and processors based mainly in Kodiak. And our director, Julie Bonney, was the permit holder for the trawl EM exempted fishing permit. So I just wanted to briefly speak on the same points as to Ms. Turner Franke. I would align myself with her comments. I also agree that I think this is a good topic for the FMAC to bring up. The specific points I just wanted to flag, depending on the timing of doing this, is that I would hope that the trawl EM program would still be included in a smaller snapshot, just because 2025 is the first year of the regulated program. And although this council has been very invested throughout the EFP process and the regulatory implementation, and it's been very successful, there still were significant changes made in the regulatory package. There's been changes in monitoring. And also the industry is seeing a lot of changes in operators and crews on vessels. And so really to ensure that this regulated EM program gets off on the right foot, I would hope that we still look at that program, even if it's just at the FMAC or PC FMAC, if it seems like more of a Gulf, although the Bering Sea does participate, that we would look at those issues and just make sure that this program has gone into implementation well. I would just note that even though we are still actively involved with the fleet and their compliance of EM, the data that we are receiving is not the same as when we were in the EFP stage. So we really do need that information through the FMAC or PC FMAC or council process to really understand holistically what's going on and what we need to do to improve it. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Riddell? Yes, Mr. Twait.
Thanks, Ms. Riddell. I was just wondering about your thoughts about the potential timing of the availability of the upcoming EFP. I think people have been mentioning fall, and I was just trying to think about that relative to the council's opportunity to weigh in. Do you think there's a possibility that if the council were to hold an FMAC, PC FMAC meeting in late September, that might be an opportunity for council review of the EFP at the October meeting?
Thank you, through the chair. And just to clarify, you're talking about the Rockfish EM EFP? Yes. Okay. Yes. Our goal is, if we are going to submit an EFP, that we will be communicating with everyone and that we would submit it by the September 1 deadline at the latest. That's been our communication. So I believe that it would be able to be worked on in the fall meeting, monitoring meetings, and the October meeting.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Riddell? Thank you for your testimony. So with that concludes our staff presentations and SSC AP report and public testimony on C1. I will, are we ready? Okay. I'll ask the council what their wishes are. Ms. Kimball.
I have a motion under C1. I'm wait for that to be posted. The motion reads, for the 2024 annual report, the council appreciates the 2024 annual report on the Observer Program and recommends the following for future reports, in addition to SSC recommendations as practicable.
One, the executive summary should include program summary statistics such as the percentage of catch observed as indicated on page 85. In the BSAI, all pelagic trawl catch was on trips with 100% or 200% coverage. In the BSAI and Gulf of Alaska combined, 91.2% of pelagic trawl catch was on trips with 100% or 200% coverage and 8.8% on trips in partial coverage. All partial coverage trips were in the Gulf of Alaska and 34% of the catch was monitored. This percentage is higher if trawl trips covered by EM are considered. In the BSAI and Gulf of Alaska combined, 95.6% of non-pelagic trawl catch was on trips with 100% or 200% coverage and 4.4% on trips in partial coverage. Partial coverage trips occurred in both the BSAI and the Gulf with 79.1% and 16.4% of their catch monitored respectively. 2, the executive summary should include identification of any notable changes from the previous year's deployment scheme and resulting changes in trends or conclusions as to their effectiveness. Include the amount and timeliness of EM data review for the pelagic gear EM program similar to the fixed gear EM program. Highlight the results of the odds trip cancellation policy change in 2025, the ability to edit, not cancel selected trips, and its effect on reducing temporal bias. For the 2026 annual deployment plan, the council supports the following recommendations for the 2026 ADP. For the partial coverage program, similar to 2025, use the proximity allocation method, except for pelagic trawl EM, and the following strata for deployment: observer, EM fixed gear, EM trawl, fishery management plan areas, BSAI and Gulf, and gear type fixed and trawl. For pelagic trawl EM, maintain 100% electronic monitoring, at-sea monitoring, and the 33% sampling rate of EM deliveries by shoreside observers. Maintain the fixed gear EM selection pool of up to 178 vessels. If needed, prioritize placement in the EM selection pool based on vessel size, fishing effort, minimizing data gaps, and cost efficiency. Remove vessels with repeated problems causing data loss from the EM pool. Improve EM video review times with PAC states and use prioritization rules to better allocate review effort to the fisheries, gear types, times, and areas most dependent on EM data for management. And as practicable for this or future ADPs, consider revisions to the zero selection pool, currently less than 40-foot fixed gear catcher vessels and jig gear, for cost efficiency purposes to potentially include fixed gear catcher vessels with 1 to 2 annual trips and or low quota or catch volume. And with a second, I'll speak to it. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoeven, for the second. Just briefly on each of these sections for the 2024 annual report, really just providing appreciation for all of the work that went into that report. It's an incredible piece of work. As Ms. Baker noted, we're the only region that does it. It should focus on the entire monitoring program, the majority of which is full coverage, but we really hone in on the partial coverage component. And I appreciate that about this council, about the public, and about our FMAC that really works on making the partial coverage program as strong as it can be, especially under limited resources. I just noted some things that I feel like have come out in discussions and with the council and even through the FMAC on trying to make the annual report a little bit more user-friendly for folks to just understand with the changes that we've made. Did we see improvement? Are we moving in the right direction? And I think, as Ms. Baker noted earlier, it's very difficult with a really dense annual report to see that. So I'm just trying to move it into this more user-friendly format in the future, whether we see it every year or every other year. I also wanted to just bring out the AP's recommendations and the FMAC's recommendations. I think they're all consistent with this motion. We do expect to start to see the amount of EM data review and the timeliness of that data review for the pelagic trawl program similar to the fixed gear program. So we have those statistics for both sectors. And then also just making sure that we see what the results of that trip cancellation policy change were that we made last year and are in place for 2025, that's highlighted the next time we see the report so we know if we went in the right direction with that change. For the ADP, the annual deployment plan for 2026, I should have emphasized that this is all around partial coverage because the ADP is all about how we deploy partial coverage. So for those components in both the Bering Sea and the Gulf that are in the partial coverage plan, these recommendations are consistent with the NOAA recommendations. They're consistent with the FMAC and the AP's recommendations. It maintains the fixed gear electronic monitoring selection pool. It allows for some prioritization of vessels to go into that pool.
And it also emphasizes prioritization rules to allocate review effort if we get in a situation like we did previously where there were not enough staff to review the data in a timely manner. I think what we heard through the presentation is that's not the expectation, but it's still good to have prioritization rules in place in case that happens. I did include, as was in the AP motion, something to think about for future ADPs. It's really just a flag on the zero selection pool. There's kind of a consistent support from the FMAC, from the PCFMAC, and now from the AP on making sure that we're not dismissing the zero selection pool as a way to move some vessels that have consistently over time 1 or 2 trips, consistently over time very low volume. So something that you could look at ahead of time. I know the agency has done some work to see whether the zero selection pool is appropriate right now and whether we introduce a lot of bias by increasing it. And I'm not discounting that work, but I just want to keep it kind of in our view that we know that that's a tool to use if we think it's appropriate, and I'd like them to continue to think about that. So I think I've covered everything here. I did not include anything about timing of new annual reports. I really appreciate the discussion of the council about that. I didn't include it in a motion because it didn't seem appropriate yet to make those kinds of decisions. And as we heard, maybe the FMAC and the council will have more ideas on what those reports should look like in the future, a comprehensive report or even an annual briefing report. So I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you for the motion, Ms. Kimball. We'll start with Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the motion. Just a clarification on the second bullet there, and I could be a little bit confused, but I thought that we do have in the BSAI 100% observing of shoreside deliveries, and then the 33% is for the Gulf. But I might be confused, so just a little clarification there.
Yes, thank you. For the pelagic trawl EM under the annual deployment plan, is that the bullet? Yeah. So then there I'm just talking about the partial coverage program. And so it would be just in the Gulf. So we're still having 100% EM on every trip for those in pelagic trawl EM in the Gulf. And then they sample at the plant 33%. So you're correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Mr. Ritchie asked my question, but I guess I'm just thinking through, and my question would be if we might need an amendment to clarify that.
Yeah, it seems if Ms. Kimball explained that her thinking was consistent with Mr. Ritchie. If we need additional clarification that this is for the Gulf, we could take that amendment up. It's fine. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Toy.
Not really a question, just because this is just supporting the recommendations that are already in both the FMAC minutes and and from the agency. I would think amendment would be needed if we were differing, but
Okay, I see some head nods. I think we're all on the same page at this point, so we can move on to additional questions. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for your motion. We heard a number of discussions, as you're well aware, about the lead level 2 observer availability. And as you were developing this, did you consider how to address that, or you chose not to address it here, but any discussion that you had as you developed this motion?
Thank you. And through the chair, yes, I should have mentioned that in speaking to the motion. I didn't include any of those changes. When I look at the AP motion, I feel like they gave us an out in terms of the vehicle to use. And I really felt like that might be more appropriate or maybe more timely to try to include in our potential response to the EO on seafood competitiveness. There's a whole section on record keeping, reporting, streamlining regulations around EFPs and EM. I think it could fit in that bucket, and I would hope the council could try to address that at staff tasking.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on the motion? Yes, Mr. Toy.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Kimball, for your motion. I may have missed this, and if so, and when you spoke to it, my apologies. But we had some discussion really under the budget section of the FMAC report about some of the problems we had with budgeting and funding because of the ongoing issues with sequestration. And I'm just wondering what your thoughts are about how the council should maybe address those at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Through the chair, I have plans for a second motion. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Any comments on the motion? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just very briefly just thank Ms. Kimball as always for a very thorough and spot on motion for what I think the appropriate recommendations are. And thank you. I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. I will be supporting the motion. I just wanted to thank you for clarifying kind of what might happen in terms of that zero selection pool. I think it's, while I do have some questions of how it might come out, I think it's super important to balance out the cost efficiencies and balance those two types of things out. So thanks for the explanation. I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I support the motion. I would like to just speak briefly about the quality of the material that we have in front of us, given everything that the Fishery Monitoring Program Division has been through over the last half year in terms of changes in leadership, but also then the impacts of many of the staffing reductions that we've heard about extensively. And having a product of this quality in front of us to work from, and for FMAC to have worked with, I'm not sure how they did it. My hats are off to them for that. It's really quite amazing, particularly because it hasn't derailed any of the long developed improvements to the partial coverage program that the council through PCFMAC have been really working on with the agency, and that appear to be really bearing the kind of fruit, the kind of success that we were hoping for. And to have all that still coming in front of us this way, I think is pretty extraordinary. And I just want to extend my thanks to the staff of the Fishery Monitoring Division for all that.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Twite. Any other comments on the motion? Okay. Thanks again for your committee leadership, Ms. Kimball, and for all of your work on this motion. See if there's any objection to the motion. Okay, seeing none, that motion passes without objection. Any further actions? Ms. Kimball.
I do have a second shorter motion. It reads, the council recommends sending a letter to DOC, NOAA, OMB, emphasizing the impact of current delays in receiving observer fee revenue, industry payments required by regulation on the partial coverage observer program in the North Pacific. The letter should request immediate transfer of the following such that these funds, $800,000 about, are available for observer deployment. The remaining observer fees from the past observer contract, which is about $544,000, and the remaining 2023 and 2024 sequestered portion of observer fees, about $255,000. With a second, I'll speak to it briefly.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Williams.
Thank you for the second. I think everyone understands where this is coming from. I don't know that the council has a lot of sway, but I'd like to put still a highlight on the fact that these are industry funds. They are not government funds. They are not public funds that were paid and required by regulation to be paid in order to pay for observer days in the partial coverage program. and it has been a long time coming. I really appreciate the program sorting out what they haven't received and who they haven't received it from for us. And it's still, even though it's a little bit less than what we have in our initial report of over $1 million, it's still a substantial chunk of money that should be going for partial coverage days in our fisheries. So I'm hoping this will just highlight the issue and we can get some movement on this in the next year. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the motion? Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Do you think it would also be appropriate to include in this letter a request that this administration consider exempting observer fees, which, as you point out, are the fishermen's money themselves, from sequestration? Or do you think that might be better done as a second or in a different message?
Thank you for the question. I had not thought about that. I know we have discussed that in the past with zero movement on that request. So I actually don't have an opinion on whether this is the right vehicle or not. It doesn't matter to me. I still think it's a fair question to ask.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any comments on the motion? Mr. Twite.
Like Ms. Kimball, I'm not sure if it's the exactly sure if it's the right time. So I'm just going to suggest that, Madam Chair, as you and the Executive Director draft the letter, that if there's any opportunity to, if you think it would be worthwhile to include that, that direct request as well for a change in policy, that you do that, but I'd leave it to your discretion as to whether or not it fits well.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. I'm just also wondering if we should, and I don't know if it'll fit well at all in our discussion during staff tasking as well under the list that we're going to be providing on the EO. It might not be an exact fit, but something may want to discuss there. Any other comments? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate this discussion. I think I am tending to support the suggestion you just made, Madam Chair. I would be a little uncomfortable, I guess, too strongly focusing on the sequestration issue in this letter because I do not know, I do not have direct knowledge, but the audience for the two requests, this specific letting loose the funding and potential reconsideration of policy may be different. And when agencies receive letters, they have to provide responses. And I'd really be worried about our response to the most important issue in this letter, which is shaking loose these funds that industry has paid and we have not received, potentially getting a little lost or getting delayed while others are considering the policy question that we're raising. I guess that's my that's my thought right now.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. I think that's a really solid point.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Any other comments on the motion? Okay. And thank you again, Ms. Kimball. Any objection to the motion? Okay, seeing none, that motion passes without objection. Thank you. So any further action on C1? Okay, seeing none, that brings us to C2. We'll see how far we can get in staff presentation before breaking for lunch. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the council, for the record, this is Anita Kroska, council staff. I'd like to introduce C2 BSAI crab harvest specifications that will be presented remotely by the crab plan team co-chairs, Katie Paloff at the Alaska Department of Fish and Game and Dr. Mike Litso at the NIMS Kodiak office. They will provide an overview of final stock assessment and harvest specs for one stock, the Aleutian Island golden king crab. They will also review other items found in the crab plan team report. And so with that, I'll hand it over to Katie and Mike and stay up here for a while if they need slide control support.
Thank you, Ms. Kraska.
Thank you, Anita. This is Katie Paloff. Can you guys hear me well?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, members of the council. As Anita already said, we're here to give you our report from our May crab plan team meeting, in addition to the final specifications here for Aleutian Island golden king crab. So our presentations to you usually start out with a couple introduction slides just to orient us all to our annual cycle for our crab stocks. Those in the middle blue box here are all the ones that we do final specifications for in our fall meeting in September and that you will see in October. Some of those are on bi or triennial cycles. Just wanted to flag that 2 of those, Pribilof Island blue king crab and red king crab, are up for review this fall in their respective multi-year cycles. Currently at this meeting, we will set final specifications for Aleutian Island golden king crab. The other crab stocks that we usually do in this cycle are not up for assessment until 2026. Additionally, we did see proposed models at this meeting at our crab planting meeting for Norton Sound red king crab. Our goal is to align that stock proposed model runs during our May meeting where we do our other stocks, with the opportunity that if all our survey data is collected by our September meeting, that some years we may be able to do final specifications for that at September. Also, currently this year, we hope to get Northern Bering Sea survey data, trial survey data for that stock. So we plan on having a short virtual meeting in November and then setting final specifications for that stock in December, similar to what we did last cycle. I know there's been a lot of talk at during the SSC meeting about tier systems and harvest control rules during the harvest control rule workshop. Just wanted to remind everyone here for our crab stocks, we have 5 tiers in the FMP. Most of our crab stocks fall within tiers 3, 4, and 5. And then the current crab FMP dictates an OFL based on that tier system. However, does not have an ABC harvest control rule. So as crab has done in the past, our ABC buffer is usually determined based on stock information available and uncertainties that are not explicitly incorporated into our stock assessment process. So this is a brief overview of our May 2025 agenda. The item bolded there, Aleutian Island golden king crab, is the one that we will set final specifications on at this meeting, like we've already mentioned. And then in our oral presentation to you, we'll cover those items here in black font, just quick updates on proposed model runs, and then a couple updates on some balance of CPT report. There are a number of other items we covered or updates that we got during our meeting. Some of those we did discuss with the SSC, and you may see in the SSC report, but nothing that requires action at this time for the council. So with that, I'll jump into Aleutian Island golden king crab final specifications. In general, there were no large changes to data, with the exception of having an additional year of data or CPUE standardization from last year's final assessment. The data updates that did occur were to the most recent season and some small updates to our catch time series standardization that ADF&G is currently performed. There were 2 models that the CPT looked at. Overall, the model fit was similar between those 2. Something that we do want to flag here, so kind of back up one step here for you. The Aleutian Island golden king crab stock is managed in the FMP as 1 stock. However, it has been historically and is managed at the state as 2 stocks, the Eastern Aleutian Islands, or EAG, as you see at the top of these graph figures, and the Western Aleutian Island, or WAG. And so the models that are performed by the stock assessment author are performed for each of those separate stock components. And something that we did spend quite a bit of time at our CPT meeting discussing is on the left here, you see a figure that shows both nominal CPUE, so the CPUE from observer fish tickets observer data that is coming from the fishery, and then both a standardized CPUE time series. And you can see at the bottom panel in the WAG quite the kind of decreasing CPUE that we're seeing within that area that we're not seeing in the EAG. So we did spend quite a bit of time at Plan Team discussing that. We heard from stakeholders and kind of concerned industry members on potential reasons for that. The stock assessment author did kind of do some explorations on what potentially could be going on in the WAG. And our next slide here, I'll kind of summarize that a little bit more. Our CPT recommendations were to pick basically an updated base model for the stock, which is model 23.1C, consistent for both areas. It reduces the recommended OFL slightly from last season. And then we also recommended a 25% ABC buffer, which is consistent with the last 2024 assessment. As you'll see in the balance of our report, CRAB's currently working on drafting risk tables. So we did see a draft risk table kind of characterize that buffer uncertainty at this meeting, but we didn't get into the details of that since we were also at this meeting drafting some standard operating procedures for risk tables. So we'll flesh out this stock's risk table during the next cycle. But similar amount of uncertainty that we've seen in previous years. While we did spend a lot of time, like I previously mentioned, talking about the WAG and kind of the concern over the declining CPUE, we felt that that was uncertainty that was captured in the model, and that there's no additional need for an increased buffer from that concern. One of the things that we did talk about with stakeholders was concerns over gear overlaps and interactions in the WAG, specifically in the last few years. So the NIMS group that does EFH and fishing effects was able to provide us some figures and that we were able to look at briefly, and some stats that we could look at from the last EFH review to kind of look at where essential fish habitat is characterized for that stock, and potentially what removals are occurring in other gear types and other fisheries. Nothing that really jumped out at the CPT members as being concerning from that information, but we did discuss and we did hear from stakeholders that there is general interest in taking a more in-depth look at potential gear interactions there. We did hear from some fishermen that where they had normally put pots in the past, they couldn't in the last few years due to those gear interactions. And they were concerned that that played a role in their CPUE, reported CPUE. So some of that should be accounted for in our standardization process, but it was good to hear that input. And we imagine that you may hear some public testimony from folks at this meeting as to that concern. And in addition, there's some future work that the CPT and NSSC did recommend for this stock. One of them being to look at potentially the size at maturity data for the two areas, and if there's a reason to kind of have different estimates for each area, which is something we have looked at in the past. And then, of course, the big component of this stock specifically is that we do not have a fishery independent survey. We are using the fishery dependent data from the stakeholders to estimate the status of the stock. So the author is continuing work on methods to standardize that CPUE. And one of those, as you may hear, kind of increasingly coming up in many of our analyses, is using a spatiotemporal model to standardize that CPUE. So I think with that, that's all I had for Aleutian Island Golden King Crab, and I can pause there for a minute to see if there's any questions.
See if there are any questions. I'm not seeing any. Dr. Paloff, I know that you said we may be receiving public testimony on this, but just a point of clarification on the gear interaction discussion from stakeholders at the CPT. Is this in reference to different fishery interactions or more pots from the same fishery as far as, different participant interactions instead of different fishery? interaction?
Good clarification question there through the chair. Yes, it's for different fisheries, for ground fisheries. Yeah, not the same fishery. This fishery itself has a pretty low number of participants. I think there's only 2 boats that fish in the WAG. So they do a fairly good job of coordinating their gear interactions. It's other groundfish fisheries in the area.
Okay, thank you for that. Not seeing any other questions at this point. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to hand it off to Mike for the next part.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the SSC. Just gonna see if there we go. Just getting control of my slides. So I'll briefly report to you on proposed model runs for setting specs for the snow crab and tanner crab fisheries at the October meeting. I've just got 3 slides on snow crab. First, I'm going to briefly cover the context that the CPT discussed for the snow crab fishery and the decisions that are before the management system. A source of concern for the CPT is that commercial size males for this stock, as estimated by the survey, are at the last 8 years, I should say, are at an all-time low in the time series. And that run of 8 years, all-time low values of abundance for commercially sized males, predates the collapse of the stock. Second source of concern that was discussed at the CPT is the fact that under status quo management, which uses morphometric maturity as the biomass or rather the currency of biomass. So that's the biomass of males that have made the terminal molt to maturity. FOFL with that currency allows taking of all of the commercial males in any given year. We also discussed the fact that state management historically has been much more conservative than federal management. So the state TAC from 2011 through 2021 averaged 43% of the ABC. So the federal rules under the status quo are not constraining harvest in this fishery. But in spite of the conservative state management that we've seen over time, using that currency of morphometric biomass, the abundance of large males continues to decline. Apologies, I've got a lag with my slides. Could someone in the room advance the slides, please? Thank you. So the crab plan team then discussed the issue of what the appropriate currency of management for this stock would be. This is an issue that the CPT also took up in our September 2024 meeting. So there are 2 choices, 2 paths forward that we discussed. The first is morphometric maturity, again, the status quo approach, using the biomass of males that have made the terminal molt to maturity as the currency for management. So on the downside, as I already noted, the CPT discussed the fact that reference points set with that currency allow the removal of all large males. A maximum analysis that was first proposed by the CPT and recommended by the SSC, which is a way of estimating the BMSY proxy in the absence of knowledge of stock recruit relationship. That analysis indicates that using morphometric maturity as the currency results in a situation where we're not able to reach the BMSY proxy because fishery selectivity for a large portion of morphometrically mature males is effectively 0. Again, the OFL in that situation won't be constraining to the fishery, and the CPT discussed concerns that this currency does not address the declining abundance of large males that we see in the survey data. The CPT discussed an alternate currency that, again, we also discussed in September of 2024. That would be a currency based on a proxy for functional maturity, a proxy for the size of males that may be more important to reproductive status of the stock. In this case, that would be a cut line of males 95 millimeter carapace width or greater. That currency would align the biomass, or I'm sorry, that cut line would align the currency of management with vulnerability to the fishery. The CPT discussed the potential for that currency to address issues of declining large male abundance. But then conversely, the stock assessment author and the CPT noted the potential for this currency to create a choke species status for snow crab with very low OFLs that would come out of that currency. And the CPT also discussed potential conflicts with state harvest control rules, which are based on morphometric maturity. Next slide, please. So with that as a background, these are the recommendations that the CPT put forward. The author and the CPT both recommended bringing forward model 25.3. That's the base model from last year that's run in an updated GMAX version and includes updated catch and growth data and uses the status quo morphometric mature biomass as the currency of management. And then the author and CPT also recommended bringing forward model 25.3a, which is an identical model, but instead uses that functional maturity proxy as the currency of management. But then the SSC, as you'll hear tomorrow morning, recommended bringing forward only model 25.3. Next slide, please. So I just have two slides to report to you on our proposed model runs for Tanner crab in October. The first slide is just to update the council on the presentation of a draft ecosystem and socioeconomic profile for the Tanner crab fishery that was presented to the crab plan team at our May meeting. The plan team gave the authors a great set of recommendations for moving this ESP forward. The ESP does propose a model with good predictive skill to predict recruitment to this stock. So that was certainly a highlight of this initial effort. And we will be seeing a full ESP in September. Next slide, please. The author brought forward 5 models for consideration. The base model, 2203D5, 3 explorations on that base model, and then finally a draft GMAX model. Tanner crab is the last stock to make the transition into GMAX. The CPT recommended bringing forward only that base model, 22.03D5, and the GMAX model in order to concentrate effort on completing the transition to GMAX. And that is the last slide that I have. I'll pause there, see if there are any questions before Katie takes it up with Bristol Bay proposed models.
Thank you, Dr. Litzel. Are there any questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. We're ready for Dr. Paloff. And we may have lost connection momentarily.
Sorry about that. I got bumped from the Zoom call and had to rejoin there. But hopefully you can hear me now. Okay.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Next slide there. All right. So quickly, I'll just have one slide here on the other proposed model work that we saw at this meeting. For Bristol Bay red king crab, this model has been relatively stable. Just reminding the council that the directed fishery has been open with a small TAC the last 2 seasons. And we did hear reports from stakeholders that the CPUE in the last season was above the last 10-year average. So that was showing some good signs of some recovery there. The models that the CPT saw were kind of what we called some housekeeping models, updated GMAX versioning, updated data series, things like that. And then some models to look at selectivity estimation in this model. The CPT recommended bringing forward kind of an updated base model. And then as we have been doing for at least our tier 3 stocks, bringing forward a tier 4 fallback option for consideration in September. And this was something that SSC had been recommending the last 2 cycles or so. And that's to ensure that if we do see abnormal or alarming survey results that do not fit into our modeling framework, that we have an option to fall back on at our September-October cycle. In general, the SSC did concur with CPD recommendations on future work, specifically some looking at kind of revisiting the growth assumptions and size categories in this model. The next king crab model we'll look at is Norton Sound red king crab. Like we already said, we are reviewing proposed models for this stock at this meeting. This stock is under new authorship. Caitlin Stern at ADF&G and myself, Katie Paloff, are co-authors on this, with Caitlin being the primary author. Authors were able to look at a number of SSC and CPT comments. Now that the model is in GMAX, that made it a little more straightforward to look at these. In general, the CPT recommended bringing forward two models, one that is the base model for specifications in September, and one that is a model that more aligns estimates of natural mortality to that we've used for other king crab stocks, Bristol Bay and St. Matt's, increasing the natural mortality from 0.18 to 0.23, in addition to removing shell condition as a component to fit different components of the stock within the model, which also aligns with how we treat some of our other king crab stocks. The two other model stocks that we looked at this meeting were Purple Off Island blue king crab and Purple Off Island red king crab. And like we mentioned, those are done on multi-year cycles. Purple Off Island blue king crab was on a biannual cycle to kind of coincide with the reporting requirements for the rebuilding plan, which is every 2 years that NIMS has to report on rebuilding progress. After this cycle, we decided to, and this was done in January of 2024 at the February council meeting, we moved it to a 4-year cycle. So we will see it next in 2025. Just due to the fact that it is under a rebuilding plan, and we're not seeing or expected to see much recovery of this stock. And the current rebuilding plan does pretty strictly set the tier 5 OFL, which is basically an average bycatch mortalities during a set time period for that OFL. So the modeling that the author presented is strictly done to determine stock status. And the author looked at a number of ways to accommodate the fact that in the last year or two, we have not been catching any Purple Off Island blue king crab, at least mature males, in the survey. And so how to deal with zeros in the time series, and how to account for those. So the CPT did have a recommendation for a model using a tool called SDMTMB, which is, as I said, I would come up again, a spatiotemporal model to estimate mature male biomass across space and time. And this is a way to do so. Will accommodate the fact that we do have these zero observations in a little bit more statistically robust way than previous methods. So we recommended the author bring that forward in the fall. For Purple Off Island red king crab, this is on a triennial cycle. It currently is a tier 4 model in the GMAX modeling framework. However, note there's no open fishery for this stock and hasn't been for many years due to concern for Purple Off Island blue king crab bycatch. So in addition to seeing some model runs that the CPT did recommend 2 different models for the author to bring forward, one of which does include some historic ADF&G pot survey data that had been done on this stock. And you can see here in that bullet point, there was 4 years that data was collected, 2003, 2005, 2008, and 2011, that hadn't been previously incorporated into the assessment. So we thank the authors for all their work. We thank all the authors for all their work, but specifically for this stock, in incorporating that data. So in addition to seeing those 2 models, the CPT also had a little bit of a discussion on how often we should see the stock, considering that there is no open fishery and probably no expectations of an open fishery due to the concerns for Purple Off Island blue king crab bycatch. We did not make any recommendations or changes at this meeting, but as we continue to evolve and kind of look at stock prioritization in a future meeting, the advice would be to potentially decrease the frequency that we do this assessment. I think with that was my last slide for the king crab stocks. We have, I think, two or three other slides on the balance of our report, but I can pause there.
Thank you. It looks like we have a question, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. And I think you just answered my question. I was wondering if the CPT discussed any of the recent EOs and the push to gain efficiencies in the context of stock assessments, but it sounds like you've been having that discussion. And I see your notes on slide 2 where you talk about how frequent the stock assessments are for the different crab stocks. I'm just wondering if there's further discussion about that in context of the EOs.
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, that's a great question. We did not have further discussion at this meeting. What we did bring up is an SSC comment that they had provided for us in October for CPT to kind of look at what is a full versus an updated assessment. We didn't fully flesh that out during this meeting, but we did kind of broach that topic and talk about that we would want to discuss it potentially at one of our next meetings, with the idea that, like, what would that look like, potentially holding model stable, maybe not having model development in a year, but still incorporating new data. So I think we're hoping to kind of get a better idea of groundfish's terms of reference for those type of different assessments before we make any decisions about what we would do for these stocks. In general, for our stocks that do not have open fisheries, like for example, Prill found red king crab, reducing the frequency really does lighten the load for our assessment authors, since most of these assessments that are done every few years are being done by assessment authors that also have annual stock assessments. So any amount of time that we can alleviate for these assessments, they can be spending on other crab related research and assessment items. So I think that will be a topic that we'll take up in future meetings, maybe in more detail, but we did at least broach the subject of needing to address that.
Thank you for that. That's helpful. And then my second question is for Dr. Litzow back on slide 9 of snow crab. Thank you for highlighting those differences between morphometric maturity versus looking at large males. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly that, and we'll hear from the SSC tomorrow, but that based on the SSC recommendation of using morphometric, there's still a large enough buffer. So I see that there's that concern over too much removal of the large males. But if I'm understanding it correctly, there's still a large enough buffer between what the state sets for harvest level that even staying with morphometric maturity, we may be okay. Am I understanding that correctly?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. I think the discussion at the CPT was a
Dr. Litzow, we lost your
morphometric maturity, and really lines in the abundance of commercially sized males, 4-inch males, with that conservative tax setting by the state. Most of the research that we can look to illuminate our understanding at this point comes from the Canadian snow crab fishery, where there is demonstration of fishing effects in reducing the average size of maturity for these animals. And just to refresh everyone's memory, once snow crab mature, they stop growing. And currently a large proportion of the stock matures below the size that's targeted by the fishery. So those animals will never enter the fishery. And there's also some research from Canada demonstrating the ability to reverse declining average size of maturity with fisheries management changes. So you'll hear from the SSC and hear their reasoning tomorrow, but I think it's fair to say that our conversation in May centered on the fact that there are still concerns with the status quo as it's applied by the federal and state systems.
Thank you. I think we're maybe ready to move on to your last 2 slides.
Okay, thanks. So I'll finish here by just updating the council on 2 items in the balance of our report. Next slide, please. So we discussed general recommendations for ecosystem and socioeconomic profiles. The situation that the crab plan team is recognizing and is trying to address here is twofold. First of all, the crab plan team has expressed concern over different cycles about the potential for information overload in ESP indicators, where we get a large number of indicators that are presented to the plan team, and many of these indicators are proposed hypothetical driver response relationships that we expect are controlling recruitment to different crab stocks. But in fact, the data don't support those hypotheses very well. So we're left evaluating a number of weak or poorly supported relationships in terms of indicator relationships to stocks. And then that we get that information overload I mentioned. And then the other problem that we identified is there's the potential for pattern finding, where as we discuss ABC buffer decisions, we look at this range of sort of weak indicators and people focus on one or another, and it's just sort of human nature to build a story out of those. So our conversation in May focused on an approach for sort of clarifying the actionable information that is available in ESP indicators. And so for these proposed predictive indicators, hypotheses that are meant to explain variability in recruitment to the stock, the CPT recommended highlighting those relationships that are well supported by data when we're making management decisions about the ABC buffer. And then we proposed a mechanism for continuing to update indicators that are not well supported by quantifiable relationships with the stock, but to de-emphasize those, to put those at the end of the report in a separate section. But then in addition to those predictive indicators, we noted that there are contextual indicators that are also potentially very important to management. These might be things like snow crab clutchfulness, which if that goes very low, that's clearly a red flag that managers will want to consider. Another great example is the ratio of red king crab between the Bristol Bay district and the Northern district. That's obviously an important metric for managers to consider. So for those indicators that don't have a proposed quantifiable relationship with the stock, we just identified this other category of contextual indicators that will continue to come forward and will be candidates for inclusion in the risk tables and inclusion in ABC buffer decision making. Next slide, please. And then finally, the crab plan team discussed general procedures or standard operating procedures for including risk tables in our stock assessments. Our recommendations are summarized here. First of all, the CPT recommended bringing forward risk tables for all of the stocks that are assessed on an annual basis. That was really just to focus our limited bandwidth on the highest impact application of risk tables, at least at this initial rollout phase of risk tables for crab assessments. And our general focus is to use the risk tables to collect the information that are used to make our recommended ABC buffer decisions in a transparent and organized way. And the plan team will also be developing a summary table to track buffers and risk table scores for different stocks over time. So that will give us a tool to keep our decisions over time transparent and make sure that our buffer decisions are stable and consistent within a stock across years. And that's the balance of our report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Looks like we have a couple questions. Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Litz, this question may betray a little bit of my ignorance about the handoff from the council to the state for the state's process for finally setting actual allowable catch levels. But I was thinking about the utility of the risk tables, and for all of our other species, all of the risk buffering occurs within the federal process. In the case of crab, some of the risk buffering occurs in the state process as well. And I'm wondering if there've been some, the value of risk tables is just as you cite here and described. And it seems to me that it might be worth exploring whether the risk tables can capture both the parts of the risks that are addressed in the federal process and the parts that are addressed in the state process. Is that where the plan team recommendation is going, or is that another step?
Yeah, thanks for the question through the chair. I'll note, first of all, an important difference between crab management and groundfish management at the federal level that our conversation touched on, and that is that there's effectively no max ABC rule for crab. And so we set significant ABC buffers based on expert opinion every year, as you're aware. And so the risk tables are primarily at the federal level meant to organize and support those buffer decisions. But then secondarily, our conversation in a number of different arenas related to risk tables have focused on the fact that the risk table information is also often valuable to the state when they're making their TAC decisions. There are, as the council's aware, there are a number of decisions that are TAC only, say different socioeconomic decisions that are not part of the ABC buffer decision. But in some cases, the information that is collected for the ESPs and for the risk tables then is useful for the state. I'm not directly involved in the state tax setting, of course, and Katie Paloff is, so I'll just pause there and see if there's anything else that she'd like to add about the tax setting process.
Thank you. Through the chair, all I would like to say is that I think this did come up a little bit at the SSC2. Currently, the CPT doesn't have plans to necessarily, it may be an SSC recommendation, but we don't necessarily think about it this way, to label certain parts of the risk table as ABC or TAC decisions. I think in general, when we're making TAC decisions at the state level, we can characterize concerns in the risk table, but they don't always coincide with an increasing buffer for the ABC. Maybe it's just something that we're tracking, let's say in the ecosystem or in the, the assessment, but not something that we think elevates the uncertainty for the ABC buffer. However, that whatever we're tracking may be something that when we sit down to set tax at the state level, may come into play more with our harvest control rules at the state level. So there's ways for us to utilize that information. When the state sets our TAC process, we do try to consider what has already been considered in the process in the buffering, but we have separate harvest control rules that really allow us to kind of look a little bit more broadly at our TAC recommendations when we go to set them.
Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Ms. Paloff. So will the risk tables also become kind of a tool of the state part of the process, or will they just be a tool of the federal part of the process?
Through the chair, Mr. Twait, I think the state does plan on utilizing the risk table. Currently, what we utilize all the information that comes out of the plan team when we sit down and do our tax setting process. We use the ESP information, ESR information. Ben Daly and his group out of our Kodiak office at ADFNG do a very good job kind of summarizing all the information that we heard at plan team and that we hear through the council process in our tax setting discussion. So it all comes up and we kind of use the breadth of information that is available to us. So I would imagine that as the risk tables become a more common tool for us to characterize a lot of that uncertainty, that we would be using those in our tax setting process.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question builds off of Mr. Twait's question. So it's really centered around this state versus federal handoff and those risk tables for harvest setting. And given the new executive order on seafood competitiveness saying that we need to work towards reducing the closures in fisheries, I'm wondering if the CPT had a discussion around that in the context of these risk tables, and then how the state's going to handle or respond to that EO, if there's been any thought put into that yet.
Thanks. Through the chair, I'll just note a response to the first part of the question, which is that the crab plan team did not have a discussion about that EO. But I'll again defer to Katie for the response about the state process.
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, we have not discussed that in a way that I feel appropriate discussing it at this time at the state level or the CPT level.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much, both of you, for the presentation. So with that, I think that brings us to our lunch hour. We will come back in the morning and receive the remainder of the SSC report, including the report on C2 at 8 a.m. We will be in executive session for the rest of the afternoon, so this room will be closed to the public during that time. And I'll ask council members to come back at 12:15, and we'll be meeting in here. Thank you. Oh, that was a minute ago. So yeah, hope you're all feeling refreshed. 1:15.